Yeah.
Me picking on
I
rookies
hope this
and
works
what
because
about this? Yeah.
I don't see the other one either.
All right, let's see if yours is working.
Hello, everybody.
Now we're
Hey,
live.
everybody.
Wait.
Howdy.
Oh my lord! No, no,
Operation
Timber, you're not
Trainwreck.
on this live. You're in your own live.
So how do it again?
You're gonna have to delete that one and come back all the way into mine. You gotta get out of mine, go into yours, delete that thumbnail, and then come back into mine.
Okay.
All right,
All
cool.
right.
Little by little, we're getting there. Don't worry. Sorry, guys. 10:01. I I was picking on two new recruits here, and I made a boo boo myself. So sorry, I didn't even do the countdown on nothing. So I
I'm
want to
used to
welcome
it.
everybody coming in. Sharon Rowland, Cruzbet Adventures, who went to get a tasty beverage. She hasn't come back yet. Bot Files is also here. How you do? Hey, Mark the Shark 801. It's also here. And my wife just went to the kitchen to get a liquid. So who knows when she'll come back? Ross, it's in the house. Oh, what do we got?
You're live on Facebook too.
All right. We're streaming on Facebook.
I'm dual streaming everything now.
All right. We're going to get ourselves in trouble tonight. Good. Very good. So I want to welcome everybody. Cruz Nuts is also here. Hopefully they're still here. I did send him a link to come in. How you doing? All right. Did you hit the stream to your audience?
Yes, I am doing that right now.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and do your thing. Do what you gotta do, and hopefully we'll start popping in. Joe Scotty, how you doing? Has Scott, how you doing, brother? And just let everybody know. Tell your husband to let everybody else know that you're hitting a different thumbnail now. This
Yeah.
way, hopefully they'll pop in, come back in.
I mean, if they just go to your YouTube channel and go to the live tab, they should find it.
Yeah, that too. So don't worry.
This broadcast has reached the max number of guest destination. A lot of guests are already streaming to their own destination. You'll be able to stream to this destination to another guest. Stop streaming this to one of theirs.
Wow.
Wow.
All right.
That is something new. That is definitely something new. I did not knew that. And now how many see was broken at work? Oh, Mr. Scott W. What did you do? You burned it?
So my AC was broken at work the entire day, and then I forgot this morning. I also turned my AC off to record a video, and then I failed to turn my AC back on when I left. So then I came back, and it was like 85 degrees in here. So.
Sounds perfect.
Nice.
Oh,
Sounds
Sounds absolutely delightful.
It's been 87 in my house for the last month, so I can't sympathize with you. I do have a AC now. It got turned on this afternoon, so the rest of the house is cooling down. But
Can you see it now, Eddie?
I don't recognize anybody from your chat.
But now I could see the little. I could see my thing up there.
What I did, Tinkerbell, is I took off my Facebook stream. That's probably what was taking it up.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, who has the TV on?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm monitoring the weather. I'll mute.
Oh, that's right. He's expecting bad weather in his area tonight. So
94 inside your house?
94.
Nice.
wow. That's
Who's
crazy.
that nut?
That's
Look,
crazy.
Do I
But
have
man,
to send a
I am-
different link for them to join?
No, it should be automatically should go when you're streaming to your own audience. Some kind of thumbnail will show up. Mine, I have a one that I use. I have a thumbnail that I use that I don't use often on my own lives, and when I stream through here to StreamYard, it goes automatically to my channel. It shows the one the one that I have on my banner, which is the ship with the airplane and all that. So that's what you'll see. So maybe a generic one will show up in your.
I mean, a generic. I mean, it's
your,
usually just like it's usually what you see right here, which is a thumbnail with all the individual feeds in it.
Right.
yeah. So that's what they should come into. Wow, Mark says it's still 107 at 706. Ouch.
Okay,
It's
I
about-
have two. I have the other one now.
What's your first full channel name?
Her
Now I
channel,
see
Traveling
you
with
guys
Tinkerbell.
have the other one. Okay.
Oh, Scotty's here. There we go.
Hey, Scott McNeil.
Hammer.
Howdy.
Hammer's here.
What's going on?
You're from New York, Scott? Which Scott?
Yeah,
Scott
which
W?
one?
Hey, Scott.
Scott W, yes.
Yeah. On the
Original
new
guy.
on the new
Yes.
channel.
Okay. Yuri Grabina. That's you,
There
right?
we are. They're coming in.
So you're coming. All right, good. Now we're set.
It's on my channel.
Finally, the new student has got it right. All right. Sweet. Uh-oh. Somebody's getting smacked. I don't know if you guys know. GNG Xora is also here. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Jarek and Gregory, I believe it is. Thanks for popping in, Judy. Thank you, Orlando, Magic Nation, Scotty, then Donnell Rhodes, Jen Rhodes is also here. Very nice. Earlier, we went on a live with Mr. Ross here, OCV, Orange Cone Blog live, his first live at 8 p.m. Eastern. We had a great time. We talked about Helping Hands for Cruising, how to donate to help them out, get more people that are disabled or don't have the means to get involved in cruising. Also, he had a Icon of the Seas video, and where he shows that big sphere in the middle of the ship. Now we all know what is that about, and some of the construction that is going with it, and some of the other areas that are going to be in the ship. The ship is going to be huge, amazingly big, and I know Clark is going to be on first inaugural sailing with some other creators. So hopefully we'll get to see it live from there, and they'll be doing blogs about it. So it should be interesting.
And we got a couple new visitors to our group. One from all the way from Tokyo, Japan. Another one from Central Florida.
Nice, which was Tokyo Disney, right?
Tokyo Disney Dad and Regina Amundsen.
Very good. And there were some donations done to Helping Hands for Cruising, which I will advise you to take a look into it. Helping Hands for Cruising.org. Take a look in the website, and if you feel the need for it, please do donate a few bucks if you can, and help somebody else get doing cruise ships like we all do. Oh, Mike and Rihanna will not be here tonight. He's feeling a little under the weather. I got a message from Megan about to put you in the list for lives, and I said yes, that you're planning to do a live on Tuesday evenings around 7.
Right.
So once you do that, let her know. Let
Okay.
Megan know from GG Creates, okay?
All right. Sounds good.
So you could be part of that list, and you'll be on it every week. And make sure you do your thumbnail, like I will say, like on a Saturday for that Tuesday evening. This way you're ahead of the book. And when Paul and Meg do the lineup for the week from PSP, and in the morning show that we have at 9, we do a lineup of YouTube for the day. So we call out the Facebook lineup from PSP, and we give out the who's gonna be every day. So this way, if you're on Tuesday, we'll be able to mention you, and I won't say that you're in if you're not in the lineup. But this way, everybody, you'll be ahead of the game by getting yourself with a thumbnail in it. So
Okay. Sounds good.
I just
Yes.
want to make a shout out to D&G Explorers. Hey, Derek and Gregory.
That's right. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate your popping in here and hanging out with us. And any comments or questions that you have, please put them in the chat. We'll be able to check them out, read them, and let everybody else know here what's going on. Mr. J, you don't know me, but I love your glasses you wear in all your lives and videos. Very cool.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You have a fan. fan. Very good.
Welcome.
And thanks everybody for coming in today. Donnell Rhodes, how many cruises between us? If you're meaning here the panel, it's gonna be a whole bunch. Ross got with one. Me, I will say about 25 back in the 80s and 90s, and recently 3, which it was 2018 to 19, Christmas time, New Year's. Then January, February 2020, and recently the bloggers with January, February this year, 2023. Clock?
I have 10.
I've done 48.
Scott Schaefer?
Who's that?
Mustard Grill?
I don't know. What was the question again?
How many cruises have you been in?
One
How
more
many
time.
cruises have you been in?
How many cruises have I been on?
Yes.
54.
Nice.
Nice.
Mr. Cruise Pet?
12.
Batman?
12.
12. Wait a minute. That's it? I would think you'd be more. Bruce, come on.
I wish I was on more.
And you
Come
said
on, Bruce. Use that travel agent discount.
that's right. You said 48.
Hey, it's not the cruise portion; it's the flight portion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what happened when you haven't moved yet. So.
Trust me, if we were within driving distance of most cruise ports, like either Galveston or the East Coast with Florida, we'd be on a whole lot more.
Well, by the way,
Right.
there's someone here that is selling a house in Texas. So, I could tell Mike here to get in touch with you. He knows the person. He'll tell you all the details about it.
Yeah, I could give you a good referral on that.
There you go.
It's one of the reasons
We're
why
not
I'm
quite
glad
ready to move-
MSC
we're not
decided to
quite
come.
ready to move yet. So.
It's one of the reasons why I'm glad MSC decided to come to New York, because they're not just doing the normal typical 7 days down to the Bahamas. They're doing longer runs to a lot of, like, I'm actually sailing MSC from New York in January of 24, and we're going all the way to Costa Maya.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's really unusual. So I'm really, I'm definitely going to be sailing from those locations more now that Venezia is there, also doing like 10, 11, and 12-day sailings. I'm still up in the air. Like, do I get on? There's this November 9th sailing on Venezia that's going to Puerto Rico and Grand Turk and Half Moon and Amber Cove, all from like New York, right? So I'm like, those are places. I used to have to go to Florida for those itineraries. So I'm definitely going to be sailing on those more than I'm flying. I'm still going to be probably flying to Florida more than anything, but I'm definitely going to be doing those more often.
Yeah.
Nice.
I do have 6 booked though, so I add those to mine, and I'll be.
No. I believe is once you're done. It's like us.
got
We have
9
another 3. Yeah. Mike Law has a whole bunch, like another 12. If you ask me,
It's 9.
That's right. We got 4 booked coming up. So think about, you said 48.
48.
Oh, Mamma Mia, that's a whole bunch too.
Since 48 in 10 years.
Nice, very nice. So I'm that close, getting that close to you. Don't worry, I'll catch up. And Mr. Scott W.
I have 35 in 35 years.
35 and 35 years.
There you go.
And I thought you were a lot younger than that. Look at that. Wow, you've been selling a lot.
Not a cruise year, though. I'll tell you that it has not been a cruise year.
Oh no! Of course yes. House of X. It's in the house. Welcome very much, Eddie.
Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
Jen Rose says, done 37 together in 8 years. Nice, very nice. Donnell Rose has 59. Holy mama. Oh, I had like 65. No, it's not 59. Don't push me out that far. Judy Gravina, Boynton Beach in the house. Let's give this session a thumbs up. Yes, please. If you can, go to everybody's channel here, give them a thumbs up. Even try to be there for about 3 minutes, hang out for a bit, then move on to the next if you can. Otherwise, hang out with your favorite channel here and stay a while. We'll be chatting more about more cruises and stuff like that. 14 for Little Explorer, 18 for Big Explorer. DNG. So Gregory got more than the other one. Big cruising since 2010, 3 booked in a few months. Very nice. So you got more to take care of that. We are doing the Venezia in August, in Celebration in September. Thanks, Tinkerbell. Very nice. Explorers have 5 booked to early 2025. Well, we have 1 this year and 3 next year. And 2025 is in process, so we'll probably have another 3 coming up in 2025. Land was created to provide a place for boats to visit. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, Mr. Ross, you are very right. Controversial Cruising, I have been binge watching your videos. I really like them. Oh, you're so cool. You're awesome, Scott. Please don't change when you get thousands of subscribers. Please always be you.
Thank you very much, Just Cody. So Just Cody actually won a giveaway from my live the other day with Bill, with Warmstrong Adventures, excuse me, and myself. He won this cool bottle opener. So I will be sending that out actually tomorrow for you. But again, thank you, Just Cody, for such the kind words too as well.
And
I promise.
And by the way, what time is that live?
So that live is every Wednesday at 4 o'clock PST and 7 o'clock EST. And that is with me and Warmstrong Adventures as we go over different topics in the cruising world and the cruising industry. So definitely my favorites.
Very nice. And by the way, Scott, Master Drill, who's here? Are you waiting? You see the comment on the bottom?
I didn't even see that you were in here, man. Sorry, but that's kind of a morning thing, right? But here it is.
Allied reinforcements have arrived from the north.
He's taking a nap. That's why he wears the glasses.
Listen, I've been really paying attention to the chat tonight because you notice there's nothing on the coaster tonight.
That's a problem. You're not you unless you have something on the coaster. So go get one.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
There you go. Very good. Terry is also here. Always Just Cody. One thing I always promise. Very okay. Very good. Destination Fun says hello to Tarion. Alice is here. Thank you so much. From Mr. Cruising. Oh, I honestly don't know so many. I stopped counting. Honestly, plus my memory. Kinda sucked really too much smoking in my earlier years. I was born in 85, so I'm getting old. We are all getting old. And you were born in 85, buddy. I was born in 65, so don't worry about it. Martin here says, sounds like there was more crew members than passengers, don't know. Just an hour before us on Wednesday. Oh, okay. So Wednesday after evening, DNG Explorers are 8 o'clock p.m. Like he says, cruising, controversial cruising, and Warmstrong Adventures are at 7 p.m. NOAA 6 is the S2 Tourist. It's on at 6 p.m. Eastern. Have has anyone ever been on the Carnival Dream? I believe
Yep.
that Mr. Cruz Nuts has been on it, and you're going next year again, right?
I was on it in what 2021. I mean, is there anything you want to know about it?
Yeah, we've been on it twice.
Yeah,
Great ship.
yeah, I liked it. I liked the fact that it had the two casinos. The non-smoking and
smaller
the
one.
smoking, and then it had the more hot tubs on the lower deck on the outside.
Yep.
See, I don't know anything about the Carnival ships now. Back in the 80s and 90s, when I used to cruise Carnival, it was either the Celebration, the Carnival, the Festival, or the Tropical. One of those four ships was in Fort Lauderdale. Which of those ships? I don't recall. Back then, I used to do a little drinky, and too much fun to pay attention to what I was doing. So, all the ships are long gone, and I am finally going back to Carnival after 30 years. We're finally gonna hit one now in October with a boost cruise, which is in Carnival Glory. So I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. It's gonna be me coming back and Alice first Carnival cruise. So we're hoping to have a good experience. And since there are gonna be so many creators on this cruise coming up, we're gonna have some fun. So hopefully things will go well, will go fine, and we should be okay. I'm already knowing what kind of trouble I'm getting myself into. That first night, we're gonna go to a restaurant with this fellow man here. The next day, we're definitely having some. Um, what do you call it? The sea.
Day brunch.
Thank you very much, sir. And that's my date right there that I'm going with. I'm gonna hit some steaks or whatever they have in there. I'm gonna munch. I'm gonna munch, munch, munch. So I'm looking forward to learning a few things about Carnival, and we'll see. Hopefully, it will be good because next year, August 28th, we'll be back in another Carnival in the Carnival Paradise, leaving out of Tampa, Florida, on a 6-day cruise. Get in touch with Bruce. Get some more info on it. The secret Bruce Cruise 2.0 6-day cruise. So let's go. Thinkerber's gonna be there. Bruce is gonna be there. Mike Clark is gonna be there. Master Drill will be there. Controversial Cruising is there. Unfortunately, this guy right here underneath me is going on the dream. Well, he got a
Well,
great deal to go on the dream, so I don't blame him. Let him go. So I'm gonna hang out with him on the Prima in January. So me and Alice will get to smack him around for a while in the
yeah,
January
yeah.
cruise. So we get to celebrate his 50th birthday and my 59. So it'd be pretty good. We'll have a good time. We'll have the good time that I will eventually have with all these fellows on my cruise that you're gonna miss. So boot to you. So usually RCCL, NCL, and MEC cruisers is for Donnell. I did a lot of Carnival back in the days, and I done the last three cruises we done is with NCL, which I love NCL. It's been very relaxing, very nice. Things are done, we're not me and Alex, we don't drink, so we stay away from bars and stuff like that. We do enjoy the shows. We do go do a lot of the activities in the atrium, and we also do some activities throughout the ship. So we keep ourselves busy.
You're gonna like it, Eddie. The Prima is very nice.
Yes, that's what I keep hearing, and I heard that it's mostly for adults. So the
Yeah.
less kids there, the better. I mean, nothing against kids, but yes, I hopefully will be a nicer shot. We have a cruise in June next year, going to Bermuda, leaving out of Bayonne, New Jersey, and it's gonna be right in summertime. So we never done a cruise during the summer, so we're about to find out.
But it's early in the summer.
Yeah, early in the summer, and it's also in the Celerity. So, and going to Bermuda for the 3 days. So I am definitely looking forward to that cruise also. So we'll see. And Martin Gonzalez, Prima it was nice. So yes, NCL is just a little pricey. Oh yeah, there's some stuff that they charge you extra, but I have no complaint. I like NCL. I'm very much
I
happy.
mean, cruise prices are gonna be high for a while.
Yes,
Like
unfortunately.
at least, I'd say at least through 26 probably.
Yeah.
I mean, the demand is high. The economy is not cooling off like they want it to. It's just, the cruise lines are gonna always charge a premium anyway, and they have a lot of debt to pay back and stuff like that too. So they're, as long as people are going to pay it, which people are going to keep paying it, they're going to keep it up. So,
yeah, unfortunately, you're right. So you just got to deal with it.
I'm going to run you all the weather is getting bad. I want to be on alert.
Bye, sir. Thank you for coming and stopping in and hanging out.
Hey,
Right?
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Yes.
You're on.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Like you were saying, boy. I'm like, boy. What? Bye. All right.
Boy, B-O-I, boy. See you guys later.
See ya.
Good night. Oh, my.
I know somebody commented on the Dream before, but honestly, out of all the Carnival ships, I think that's probably like one of my top 3 favorite Carnival ships. I've been on that ship almost a dozen times now. It is definitely one of, I wouldn't say the smallest, but definitely on the smaller side. I don't know. I've sailed on it so many times now that I know it kind of like the back of my hand. And I would say, just like I said to Just Cody, if you do sail on the Dream, make sure you hit those secret decks. Oh, I call them a secret deck, but the decks all the way out on 6 and 7 or 5 and 6, but all the way out, and it gives you such a great view. And I know other Carnival ships have this, but I always loved that about the Dream. I spent hours out there. It's a really nice view.
It's 6 and 7.
6 and 7. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the steakhouse on there too. It's not a Fahrenheit 555, but I still, it's still really nice. Food was really good.
Nice ship.
I mean, I've been on Magic, I've been on Breeze. How different can Dream really be?
So they're from the same class then.
I mean, they're I mean, those two are Dream classes as well. So, and there's very little difference between Dream and Vista. Like those two classes are very similar. They have a lot of design elements. They have like Ocean Plaza, and they're very, very similar. So
I'll be on it next December, October, 14 days. So
Oh wow.
Carnival Celebration makes a beautiful change to the fleet. If you've never been on the Celebration, I suggest you at least jump on it. You guys are gonna love it.
See, that's what I wanted to kind of do, to hop in one of the newer ships. But then when I decided to go for a group cruise, I didn't want to go too hard on it. I said, let me start a little low, and kind of start getting advice from Bruce, and then we decided on the Carnival Paradise, which is right in Tampa, which is like in the middle of everybody, or at least closer to the west side of the States, being the east side, almost there. Easy for me to come down and get to it, just a fly away from the north. So it kind of hopefully it works out that everybody that is coming in will have a great time. We're gonna try to do the best we can to keep everybody busy doing something. You're free to do what you want to do, but at the same time, we're gonna have at least 3 activities plus the Halloween contest, and hopefully we'll exchange some shot glasses among the people from the groups, and some candy, and enjoy the rest of the time. So and we'll get to hang out, meet everybody a little bit more, and do our thing.
And eat chicken tacos from Blue Iguana.
That's right. We got on chicken tacos and Guy's Burgers and steaks at the Sea Day brunches. Oh my God, I'm gonna go crazy.
I'm excited. You know what I'm excited most for, actually, Scott? When I go on the Booze Cruise 2.0, to use the Bright Line again.
Yeah.
So
the train.
away from Tampa, so I have to intentionally use the Brightline to get either this way or this way. But I'm going to use the Brightline. What an experience! That was amazing.
Yeah, like so I took Brightline from Miami up to West Palm Beach to get on Margaritaville at Sea.
Same.
And I really loved it. It was an excellent experience, and I think I even have some like Brightline credit. So, but like I'm like I'm really looking, like I'm always looking when I'm looking at cruises. I'm always looking at an opportunity to cruise out of South Florida again, so that I can go back on Margaritaville at Sea. So
it will happen because I
mean, there's no circumstance where I'm sailing out of either Miami or Port Everglades that I'm not throwing a Margaritaville at Sea in. I mean, I'm absolutely going to do it, even if I have to like hitchhike.
Absolutely.
I won't have to hitchhike, but even if I did, I would. So
Brightline makes that easy. You don't have to hitchhike.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The only thing that's a bummer about Brightline Premium is that they will not drop you off at a cruise port or pick you up at a cruise port or a hotel to take you to the station or take you from the station to a hotel or to a cruise port. They won't do that. But otherwise, the premium ticket, I think, is the better deal, especially if you arrive early, because then you have the lounge access and everything else, right?
Everything.
So,
the lounge is great.
It's like really like I was surprised. I mean, first of all, the Miami station is the best one, obviously, right? It's the biggest ones. It's got the most amenities and stuff like that. But I was really surprised at how nice the lounge was at West Palm.
I didn't.
I mean, it's smaller, obviously, but I was really surprised how nice it was there. So.
It was really nice.
And since you mentioned Margaritaville in Paradise, I heard that one of us here just recently got kicked out of the ship. So what happened there, Scott W?
No, I'm just joking. No, honestly, to tell you the truth, like Scott said, I don't know if I would ever fly all the way across country to do that 2-day cruise. It's definitely more of an add-on cruise. I found out a lot about it. A lot of people use that as kind of like a ferry over to Freeport, Bahamas, where they'll get off. They'll stay a couple days with their family, stay by themselves, just in a resort or a hotel, and then use it to come back. They'll either use it for a back-to-back cruise, or, as Scott mentioned too, Scott mentioned that people will piece it together after or before a cruise, because it just kind of adds on that little extra that you feel that, wow, I wish I could have stayed on for 2 days more. Well, in South Florida, take the Brightline, stay on Jimmyville, Margaritaville of the Sea, and you got just enough, and you'll be home singing Jimmy Buffett songs like me.
Okay, I'm gonna embarrass the crap out of myself here, right? I'm really not this bad in real life, okay? But here's the thing, okay? The second day, I was cutting through the buffet to get to the back, just to like, I don't know, hang out or do whatever, and this crew member walked up to me and he was like, "How are you, sir?" And I was like, "I'm good. How about you?" Right? I just thought it was normal reaction. He was like, "Are you feeling okay today?" I was like, "Sure I am." I was like, "How you feeling?" He was like, "Good." He was like, "I just wanted you to know." He's like, "I really enjoyed hearing all about the carnival celebration last night." Right? And I was like,
"What?
Yeah. Was somebody talking to you about celebration?" He was like, "Yeah, you." I was like, I was. He was like, "Yeah." He's like, "You told me all about it." He's like, "It sounds like it's a really great ship." And I was like, "Oh yeah, it was a really great ship." I had no idea. It was the margaritas.
It really was.
It was the margaritas. If I would have just had Land Shark that entire cruise, I would have been fine.
Yeah.
But the margaritas did me in. And I had this entire conversation with this really nice crew member about the carnival celebration that I had just gotten off of. Okay. And he was really nice. Very great. This is all I said to him. I said, if I said anything embarrassing last night, Right. And he was like, no, you were fine. He was like, you were fine. I was like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but great ship. Really amazing experience. Can't wait to get back on it. Really upset that some people have really bashed it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's not Celebration. It's not this brand new, but I really think the ship is in great shape, and it used to be a Costa ship. So it's really got that. It's still got like a really nice, like old school cruise ship vibe and, and feeling. I really enjoyed it. The crew are absolutely amazing on that ship. Like, super friendly, super just really great. But can't wait to get back on it again. Definitely the very next time, the winds of chance end up, taking me to South Florida instead of Central or somewhere else to sail, I will definitely be back on. So
Miami, baby.
I might take it. I don't know how far Tampa is, but I'll figure it out. But I might do it before Tampa or after Tampa. I know people call me crazy, but done crazier
You are
things.
crazy.
I mean, if you're gonna take Brightline, though, I mean, like Brightline is only just now going to Orlando. I think it is eventually then going to go down to Tampa from Orlando, which is I think it's stupid. Why don't they just run it along 75, right? And just go straight to Tampa from there, but they're not. They're going to go up to Orlando and down. So
Right.
Hey, Eddie, Jim Rose asked a question up above if you didn't catch the question. Adam could go on a dream cruise tomorrow. What would it be?
My
That
bad.
one?
Okay. If the panel could go on one dream cruise tomorrow, what would it be?
That's a good question.
I'm gonna go with Mr. Mikey V first, Mr. Cruz Bet.
I don't know. A few of them come to mind, but I don't know. If I had a gun to my head and I had to make a choice, I don't know. I kind of like to go on that 3-continent cruise for that Celestial does, and they go to like Egypt, Israel, Turkey, Cyprus. So you're seeing the pyramids. You're going to the Holy Land. You're going to Cyprus and all of that. So I don't know. I think if I had to choose one right now, I'd probably go with that one.
Cool. That sounds like an interesting cruise. Bruce.
Oh my goodness. So we have a couple. One is the Hawaii from California round trip, and Panama Canal. Those are a couple of dream ones we want to do.
Sweet.
full transit or partial?
A what?
What's that? What?
I said full transit or partial?
Full. I'm not gonna go halfway and turn around.
Clock.
First, can you all hear the rain noises in the background?
I cannot.
Okay, good.
Wait a minute. Now I do.
Yeah, I could. I thought your shower was running.
Well, the wife has it running. She's sleeping over there. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'll keep my mic muted other than
No.
that. But
Go
so
ahead.
I definitely want to go to Egypt. I've already talked to Bill about if he's doing that trip next year. And I also would like to go to Australia and do that cruise that Sean's doing.
January 2nd.
Yep. But Hawaii is another one that I'd like to do because I'd like to be able to hit all the. I think the Hawaiian one is a nice one because you can hit all the islands of Hawaii, and instead of just going down there and staying one place in Hawaii and not being able to see everything. So, but too many to choose from.
Scott W.
Ooh, this is a good one. So I'm going to get a little particular. I am going on the Carnival Luminosa next month because one of my best friends works on Carnival. However, I think my dream cruise would actually be taking that 31-day Trans-Pacific cruise that is going to hit 6 different ports in like Japan. It's going to go through. I don't even know exactly where it's going to go through because I can't afford it. However, if there was a dream cruise, it would be able to spend a month on board with my buddy going to see places that I would never get to see ever again in my life. That would be my dream cruise. So.
Nice. Jackie?
I would say a world cruise, definitely. That will be my dream cruise because it'll hit all the spots. I think it'll be an amazing journey to do. It'll be a long time, but it'll be an amazing journey.
You'll be going for a while, so yes, definitely.
Hey, I can work from wherever I want, so I'll be good.
Yeah. Just pack some munchies and let's go.
Yeah, that's right. I can live stream. I can do, as long as there's good Wi-Fi, I can do whatever.
Very nice. Master Drill?
Carnival Legend from Baltimore. No, I'm just kidding. I've already done one of my dream cruises, which was to Cuba. So, and I would love to go back to Cuba again, but really the only one that I have left on my list is China. So I really, really, really want to sail Royal Caribbean in China.
Well, my cruise will be Spain. Definitely go around Spain, but due to the being an old city and all that, me being disabled, I don't know how flexible would that be. So, and I know Alice wants to go to Alaska, so we'll probably hit Alaska sooner than later than Spain. So we'll see what happens. I do have something else here. From another Eddie. It says, have any of you been on a river cruise? I have not.
Not yet, but we are planning on doing one.
Yes.
We want to do the Rhine river cruise in Germany.
That's right.
Really, really bad.
Yep, that's on our list too. So if we do our first river cruise will be Rhine as well.
Yeah, we're probably going to do it in 2026, but we are definitely going to do it.
Deutschland. Feeding Frenzy is also asking, how far is the Brightland from the port? Which port? In Orlando or Miami?
Because in Miami, it's 10 minutes maybe. Depends how many lights your Uber driver hits. And I'd say maybe 15 minutes from West Palm to the ship. So
not real far.
No.
Okay, that's a good deal. Eddie also says that they're not about the ships, but the destination. And you are, I would say, almost 100% on the dot there, too. River cruises in Europe look interesting. I've seen some on the Travel Channel. Very nice. And having Jackie for a travel agent, you are in big trouble. So you could get yourself ready and she'll get you going. So Brightline from the port was great. How are you feeling, Frenzy 91? Hopefully everything's going well. Over at Feeding Frenzy is over at Freeport, I believe. So very nice for you to stop by. I want to go to Germany, go Oktoberfest. Donnell Rhodes says. There's a guy I know. It's called Magnificent Germany with Darion. He does trips to Germany twice a year. And he'll be going in September, so that's the right guy to get in touch with. He's like a tour guy. He will drive you everywhere around. He gets a small group of people to go. They spend a lot of time on B&Bs, and also takes you to different areas in Germany. So if you can, get in touch with Magnificent Germany with Darion, and you'll get some information there. Also on Facebook, there's a few groups. I believe he has a group called Magnificent Germany with Darion, also same name, and you can find information there. We're gonna go to the city of Helen March next year. It's a German town that we have here in the state of Georgia, up in the mountains. It's about 2 hours for me to get there, north of Atlanta. And we do a group that we get together. This next year is going to be March 8th, 9, and 10. We spend 3 days there the weekend. We should stay at the Hellendorf Inn, and he takes around the small town to show us what's around. We also do service on Sunday morning where we get together and do some, we learn some stuff from the Bible. We hang out around the Chattahoochee Hill River there. Then we go get dinner, I mean lunch at the some of the restaurants there in the area, and then everybody goes home. So I will invite you to, reach out to Darion and see what's going on. You could come up to Helen next year and spend some time with us up there. It's going to be about 40 people already going there, so it'd be nice to get more coming. So the sooner you get in touch with him, the better. I do believe the Brightline offers free shuttles from Miami Station to the Port of Miami, Fort Lauderdale Station to Port Everglades, and West Palm Beach Station to the Port of Palm Beach. So that's another thing to look into. Very, very good. Very nicely done. So, yeah, let's do it. Donner Road says Tinkerbell here. It's about a 7-minute drive, very close. Very Frenzy. Very, very nice. Okay, all you book those with Jackie. There you go. I'll check with Jackie and anything you need. When they would love to Australia cruise, Hawaii cruise, or Alaska cruises. Mike and Rihanna from Mike and Rihanna Adventures. They are located in Alberta, Canada. So it's nice. I would love to go on a river cruise at Eddie. Yes, it says thank Tinkerbell. It's very nice. Port of Palm West Palm Beach. Yes, that's the one. Miss ATB, MLSO, how you doing? ¿Cómo estás? From the Philippines, saying hello. See, we got some fellows from the Philippines coming over to say hello and hang out with us. It's 10:48 here, but it's 10:48 in the morning there. So it's their morning, Saturday morning. So that is very nice. The real Cindy was okay. I think it just count Emily. Oh, where Emily? I haven't seen Emily yet. She's here somewhere, but I haven't seen her in the chat. Who knows what she's up to? So now that we're talking in Tinkerbell seems to be one of the new fellows here, YouTubers. Would you like to let us know about you? How did you get into this? Why would you want to do this? How much you love it? Mike is out.
Muted.
Sorry. Okay, I'm a travel agent, like everybody knows. So I figured, why not? I do a lot of cruising. I've done 48 so far, and I have a lot of content from all the different cruise lines that that I have done. So I figure I talked to my son, Jaden, and I said, why don't we just go on this journey together and start a YouTube channel and bring along, all of our experiences out there to everybody, and my goal is to grow the business, grow the channel, grow the business. And eventually, like my name says, Traveling with Tinkerbell, is to have groups that I can take on, and people will be able to travel with Tinkerbell and have a great time and enjoy a great time. That's the whole point. I will introduce you to my son. He's Jaden.
Hey, everybody. It's me. Good to see you.
He is my editor. So he's the one that does all the editing in my YouTube. So he's the one who's taking care of that. And I take care of all the vlogging part.
It's honestly surprisingly fun behind the scenes. It's a little weird getting into editing at first. You got to get used to, getting things flowing. What kind of music you're going to use, what kind of edits, what should and shouldn't be in the video. Once you get a feel for it, it's honestly a lot of fun. Personally, I kind of like montages where I just get to do a bunch of smash cuts between different parts. Like when they're on the road, for example, I like those segments. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. It's nice working on the channel.
All right, guys, go ahead and Jeremy, take over. I need to help Scott with something.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was just gonna raise somebody needs to get in there and help.
Yeah, I'm going over.
Right.
So,
Okay.
Okay. So what's up, y'all? What is the topic of discussion?
Well, we've been talking about our bucket list cruises and cruise pricing, and of course, Tinkerbell just introduced herself and her channel. So, and apparently somebody on the panel is getting trolled.
Yes, big time.
So about it. About it.
Yep.
So how you doing, Jeremy?
I'm good.
How is Galveston?
Galveston is hot. It it's like we're cooking and baking at the same time. I don't know how that's possible, but that's what it feels like. Because the precipitation comes and then it goes away quickly, and that does nothing but heat it up even more.
Yeah.
I feel your pain on that one.
Yes, sir.
We got a really super fast thunderstorm tonight. Lasted 30 seconds.
I think it's coming here now.
Yeah, I'm right up the road from you, and it's been brutal up here.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Emily says we're in the early 90s here.
Yeah, it was balming here. I think we hit 71.
Whoa.
Nice.
Whoa, that's
I needed to be
jacket
there.
weather.
It's hot and humid here in Florida. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot and humid here in Pennsylvania, and it's wonderful. Wonderful. I love it. Jeremy called me a lizard on a rock the other day.
Lizard on a rock. That's right. He's out there max chilling.
I was like sitting out on my front porch next to the brick, just soaking in the heat coming off the brick from the day, from the sun hitting it all day.
Uh-huh.
Eddie, somebody's asking a question about, let's talk about the icon. How big is too big?
Oh my God. Oh,
Icon huge.
That boat is gonna be huge, and I don't think the Utopia is gonna be any smaller. It's gonna be another amazing big cruise ship too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Icon is like Oasis and Quantum got together and had a child, right?
That's right. Yep.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, significant.
I'm ready.
I mean, every Oasis ship is always like just a micron
Just
bigger
a little bit, yeah,
than the last one, but so I don't expect it to really be any different than Wonder or Symphony. I mean, there'll be some more wow factor to it, I'm sure, but size-wise, it's going to be the same.
I'm really looking forward to getting on that ship. I want to be able to check it out. It has a lot of great amenities on this new ship, and I can't wait to see the dome on the front of the ship. So that's going to be fun.
I want to see them sail it under Verrazano.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless that ball and everything else drops. No. Hey, Bama, how you doing? No. Yeah, it's huge too. No. Can the terminals handle the volume through? Some ships do, some ports do, but not all. The bigger the ships now, I don't think a lot of these places are prepared for it.
I mean, I don't think the cruise lines really care about that, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't really think that that's a factor for them.
I know they're upgrading the terminal in Galveston to handle the Jubilee. So,
yep.
I've been on a lot of Oasis class ships, and I've never really had any issues at any of the ports. I've actually had worse time getting on a ship in more on a small ship than I have on most of the Oasis class ships.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends. It's a hit or miss, I've gotten on ships in 15 minutes, and others has taken me 7 hours, and I mean, it just depends. Doesn't matter. Eventually, you get on, and then it's all good. So,
yeah. It's probably going to be that first embarkation day is going to be crazy. And I hope they have a smooth debarkation on those bigger ships.
I'm telling you, with that many people going in, oh my God, they're gonna need a whole day just to disembark and embark again.
I'll be honest with you. When I went on the Wonder back in March, debarkation was super smooth, like no hiccups whatsoever. It was super smooth. It went really well. And so was with the celebration, the carnival celebration.
The celebration was fun.
We're going to be on the Jubilee in December, but Carnival's building that. They're building that. They're redoing the terminal at Galveston. So hopefully it'll be good.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of great new things on that Galveston port. There a lot of new terminals are going to be coming up.
They are, and I'm going to tell you what, I would not be surprised in the next 3 to 4 years that Galveston is competing with Port Canaveral and Miami.
Have you guys seen that new terminal for Royal Caribbean over there in Galveston? That's massive.
Absolutely. Nice.
Mr. Jeremy here gets a home previews.
I know.
It's right there.
Yeah, you know what? If I
know. We're gonna go visit Jeremy.
If I lived in Galveston, I'd be like down at the port every single day.
I know.
Bruce,
you should
I
put
know
a camera
somebody.
there.
I know somebody that's selling a house in Texas right now. House is ready to be
right.
You guys keep talking. I may have to pull it back off the market, man. The more on this, we're having this conversation, I'm starting to think, well, is it really a good idea to sell?
How far away are you from Galveston?
Hey, Michael, give you a live tour right now.
It takes me about an hour and a half. They built that new toll road, and so I just jump on the Grand Parkway and avoid all the craziness on I-45, and it kind of shoots me out right before you get on the island. So it's an easy drive for me.
I think when we finally move there, though, if our granddaughter's still there, we're going to be closer to because they live in Waco. So I know that Cindy's going to want to be close to Waco so that the grandbaby can come over every day of that. So
yeah,
that's what's up. But at least you're closer than you are now.
Absolutely, and that's the whole point. Is we so want to be within driving distance of a cruise port. I mean, we're within 2 hours of Seattle, but that's just Alaska.
Yeah, it's all Alaska cruises. That's a bummer.
It's all Alaska. I wish they would do other ones out of Seattle besides just Alaska, but so it is what it is.
I mean, I'm an hour from Baltimore, literally, and I mean, it takes me like an hour, 10 minutes to be pulling into the parking lot at the ship. But the only place I'm going is Bermuda and the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm never going anywhere else. Occasionally you can get on a 12-day on, like Vision class ship on Royal Caribbean and go to, Leeward, so like St. Kitts and stuff like that. But that's like few and far between. I'm 2.5 hours from Bayonne, which is better. But even then it's a lot of Bahamas runs or Canada or Bermuda. And then there's usually like some 11 days in the winter that will go to like Leeward Islands and stuff like that. That's why I was so excited when MSC came to Brooklyn, because at least then I'm going to be able to get to Mexico from New York.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn
yes.
And I'm in the same boat with Scott. I'm an hour from Baltimore, but I'm south, so it takes me about 4.5 to get to Bayonne, but still it's better than having to fly to a port. And at least I can get a Oasis class ship out of Bayonne.
Yeah.
But Baltimore, it's all small ships.
Right.
Right.
So, I mean, so it's nice being close to those ports, but, Bayonne is really offering, over Baltimore, Bayonne is better, but still not great. Not like Florida, right? So, but then now look at Galveston, though, right? Galveston is Western Caribbean all the live long day, right? So you're not really going anywhere else from Galveston either. I mean, there's a lot of ships coming in and, and stuff like that. Hopefully that changes in the future. But right now and up to right now, it's all been Western Caribbean from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if they would change things up with although they are, I mean, because I just booked a client on the out of Galveston for Panama Canal.
Yeah.
So they're starting to change things up there.
Mm-hmm.
You can do an ABC out of here too. They got one. I think Carnival's doing an ABC.
Yeah, I'm about 15 minutes from the port of Tampa. Hour and 47 from Port Canaveral, 3 hours and 45 minutes from Miami, and about same time around Fort Lauderdale. But I truly wish that they will open like a port in St. Pete or something because of the Skyway Bridge issue. We can get nicer ships in Tampa. We get the Paradise, the little itty bitty ships over here, which is nice because I sometimes. Yeah, I go to the port every so often and I just do live streaming from the port and, on Facebook and show people, all the different ships that come into port. That's really nice.
Yep.
Very nice. Very nice. I like that I'm here in the Atlanta area. Now I have Galveston 10 hours away. NOLA is 6. Mobile 5. Tampa's about 6. Jacksonville is another 7. Port Canaveral is about 8 to 9. Miami is 11. Norfolk is unfortunately about 10 hours to get there, so that might be I don't see Norfolk in my future anyway. Thank you, Master Drill. When we lived in Brooklyn, we had there was no MSC yet. Unfortunately, MSC decided to get there after we moved out of Brooklyn down here to Georgia. But no biggie. We were living out of Pier 88, New York City, and also Bayonne nearby. And but we're gonna go back to Bayonne on June next year. Galveston in January. New Orleans, we're going back in.
What was that?
Coming in hot.
Good time. And somebody's getting a delivery of. First of ADL.
Yeah, that's all that Timu stuff coming in.
Timu drone.
And and we'll be out of town next October. I have no idea what that was. It wasn't here, so I don't know. It sounded like either a motorcycle or a small plane. Very low.
It's a small plane.
Wait a minute. God, Scott, you did something.
Yeah, it's that. I think it's either the 95 bridge or the Francis Scott. Jeremy Farino is in the chat. He was saying like Baltimore has the same problem as Tampa. There's a bridge, and it's a really low bridge, so you can only get like small ships into Baltimore. And I always say they should build a terminal in Annapolis because that would be down past all of the bridges, and then it could get big ships in there. But
in Annapolis to get to
bridge. So, yeah, I've sent many emails to Larry Hogan. He doesn't listen.
Build one right here in Solomon's, and I can get right on it.
Okay. Flights are so unpredictable anymore and always have to fly in a day or two before embarkation. Yep, you got that right. And 1 hour to Mobile, Alabama, port for me. 3 hours to New Orleans, 5 to Jacksonville, 6.5 hours to Tampa, and 7 to Port Canaveral for me. You must have a flying bird or something there, Mr. Captain. Because 7 hours from your side of the Florida to, wow.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a team order. Jeremy, go check the door. You might be something waiting for you out there.
No, it was in the mailbox like they said it was.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna regurgitate today's question. Should Timu be added to the free sites list on cruise ship internet?
No, because of the sign in. You don't want your sign in saved to one of those kiosks accidentally, and somebody order a whole bunch of stuff on your card and get it sent to your house.
Sounds like you've had experience.
Tragedy. No, I just see tragedy happening from that.
Anytime I use a public computer, I'm erasing all the memory off of it before I get off of it anyway.
Got to be safe.
I'm really surprised they still have those computers, really.
I've used them in hotels for printing off tickets for like theme parks and stuff like that, but other than that, that's about it.
We used it for checking into our flight on the Celebration.
All right. I sent Captain here a link to come in, but he said next weekend, so that's fine. Remember, guys, I do send the links, but it's up to you if you want to come in. If you're not in the mood or something else going on, that is fine too. So, but I appreciate that you guys taking the time to hang out with me this evening, like we've been doing the past few Fridays. It's been very informative, very nice, very unfortunately, tonight, Controversial Cruising got hit pretty rough. We had a lot of trolls. He had to make Mike Ariana mud, and Sherry also went over there to help him out. It was too overwhelming, and he went ahead and cut up the live to make sure that things were not out of hand, which, unfortunately, I feel sad for him, but at the same time, he did the right thing. So hopefully he'll be in the chat a little bit later, and we'll be back. I saw that he was at 162 subscribers, I believe, yesterday or the day before. Today, he's over at 233. So he picked up a nicely amount. Yes, very nice amount.
Awesome.
Being on the live with Bill is helping him gratefully too, and being talking about the Margarita Bill has helped him too. So hopefully he'll keep going. This is part of being live when you have stuff like that. And eventually you'll be able to change your chat to only subscribers only or something, and it should work out. It should be okay. As long as you keep that under control, you'll be all right. So I'm glad that Mike and Sherry helped him out and took care of some business over there, and he made the decision to walk away from the live tonight. So that is fine. So I see that Bill's here, and Emily also. White Timu, how different is it from Amazon? Jeremy, your 2 cents on this.
Oh, well,
Maybe you might want to get Cruising is Fun anytime in here. She could.
No. Leave her alone. No.
She's in the chat, and I would invite her to chime in with me.
She's probably on right now shopping what she's doing.
More than likely, with us just in a little corner playing okay. So the differences between Temu and Amazon are astronomical. As far as pricing is concerned, there is no Temu Prime where you can get your stuff in 2 days. Instead, you have to wait about 5 to 7 under normal circumstances. Those are the only differences, but the stuff on Temu is just as good as the stuff on Amazon. What people have done is taken stuff from Temu, taken the same photo off of the same website, and resold it on Amazon for a triple, sometimes quadruple markup.
Yep, you got that right.
That pretty much put it in a nutshell.
That's right. Yep.
Pretty good. Yep.
Yeah. I seen some of those items in Amazon. You find the same stuff in Temu for a quarter of the price.
And I mean, and they're using like even the same image, so it's the exact same item.
Right.
Texas.
That's right. Texas. That's right. And by the way, yes, Bill, she is keeping us in check tonight. So everybody's been behaving. Except for Scott W. Chad that went nuts. But other than that, we're doing good. Thank God. Temu is China's answer to Amazon. They're backed by billion companies that allow them to take the losses they are in order to grab market share.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to see it too. Yes.
Yep.
I mean, that's, you know, and on the Krew side of it, that's MSC, right?
Yep.
MSC has been artificially keeping their prices down in order to grab market share. And, you know, and they are, I mean, they're winning at it. I mean, people are flocking onto their chips left and right because of that, because of the prices. It was, I was watching somebody's channel. I can't remember. Somebody's channel was telling me, oh, you know who it was? It was Cruising with Keith. And they were talking about how because they cruise Carnival a lot, and they were talking about how they saw MSC pricing was very similar to Carnival pricing, and you know, and I think in most cases cheaper. I actually had a client who wanted to go on a Royal Caribbean sailing from Bayonne, but didn't like the price. So I said, well, here's another alternative, and I offered them Maravilla from Brooklyn, because it means they're going to Bayonne. Why not go to Brooklyn? And their first and only response to me was, it's got to be terrible because of how cheap it is. And I was like, it's actually not. It's not terrible at all. I've been on that ship a bunch of times. It's really great. But this is why it's cheaper, because they're trying to grab market share. It's not going to be cheaper forever, but it is right now. So,
yep, that's right. Yeah, I would love
that.
To have
when all the other cruise companies were losing money hand over fist, they're still making money because they're a shipping company.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and they're not publicly traded either, so you know they can afford to do certain things because they're, you know, they don't have shareholders to answer to. So,
I do have an MSC story if you guys want to hear. I think it's hilarious. Sometime I'm gonna say maybe like around September of last year, I had a client that was calling because he wanted like the cheapest cruise that I can find, right? And you know, MSC will be the cheapest cruise you can find out there. So I think it was like $99 for like a 3-day cruise to the Bahamas and back from Port Canaveral. I think it was. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was either the Divina or one of those ships. Wow. And when I told him it was like $100 and something with taxes and all, he's like, "You're kidding me, right?" And he goes, "It must be. What are you trying to give me? Like a little yacht, little?" And I said, "No, it's just like a regular cruise ship." He goes, "I've never heard of MSC." So I said, "Okay." So I said, "That same ship is going to be in Port Canaveral." He was from Orlando. I said, "On such and such day, if you want, go check it out, look at it. You tell me if it's a little ship, and then, you know, call me back." So he goes, like 2 weeks later, he comes back, calls me. He goes, "You know what? Book me, because I've never heard of that ship." And he liked it. He liked it to the point that that's what he cruised now is MSC.
Yeah, I really like MSC. They're still not my favorite, but I'm really loving them. And Ocean K, their private island, love it. As private islands go, very nice.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm on the World America first sailing, so it's an inaugural cruise. The ship's as big as an Oasis class ship, and you're talking. I paid $1,738 or something like that with the drink package and Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So you can't beat that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like my wife and I are on MSC Maravilla in February of 2024, and we're in Yacht Club.
Nice.
And we only paid about $2,000 for both of us, all in for Yacht Club. So, you know, I mean, it's a 7-day cruise to the Bahamas, but it's Yacht Club for $2,000, you know, and we don't have to fly to it. So, yeah. And then I'm on Maravilla the month before that on an 11-day down to, we're going to Miami and Cozumel and Costa Maya, and I think Port Canaveral as well. But like, I'm in a balcony cabin on that ship, just me though. It's just me, all in for $700 for 11 days. You know, I mean, it's going to be fantastic. So,
that's a good deal.
Yeah,
very nice. So, Scott, if you don't mind, there's a question here for you. I know the answer, but I would like you to let the person know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just mentioned that, Jeremy. So I'm on Mare Vila in both January and February of 24, 11-day and 7-day. And if something jumps out at me, that's a good price in between that, I'm on it again.
You didn't ask me if I wanted to go on an 11-day. I'd just like to throw that out there.
Or me.
There is still time, and I bet you know a travel agent who could book you on that, Clocky.
Right?
I might.
Wow. And Donnell says she loved the Jack Club. What is the Jack Club? Oh,
Yacht Club.
Yacht Club?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, so Yacht Club is basically like it's the elevated experience on MSC.
Kind of like the Haven on
it's like
NCL,
Haven on
or the
Norwegian.
Sky Suites on Celebrity.
Star Class on
Royal Caribbean, Sky Class on Royal Caribbean. So,
Yeah.
so you get everything, and you get priority, and you get special access, and you get everything's included, and you get a butler, and you don't wait for anything, and it's like, it's all the things that I hate about. It's all of the return to the classes stuff that I hate about cruising, and here's my hypocritical but doing it anyway. So, but to my defense, the wife is the one that really wants to do it, right? So I'm doing it because she's doing it.
Sure, let's blame her now, right?
Sure.
For this is hers. She's the one that we're really doing it for her because my wife is a serious cruise snob. So
Scott, be ready for the butler to be behind you in every step you take.
Yeah.
If you go to the restroom, you'll be outside.
She said the biggest thing I'm afraid of, she's like, is after this yacht club experience, I'm never gonna want to do anything but.
A buddy of mine went on a suite in Royal Caribbean and started going to the Coastal Kitchen, and like he really liked that, and like everyone since then has been in the suites just so he can go to Coastal Kitchen.
I seriously. I mean, especially if it's a good experience and we really enjoy it, that is all she is ever going to want to do. So, me, I'm fine. Just hell, give me a broom closet, right? I'm fine with that. I don't care. So I'll sleep on the deck if I have to.
Yep.
Like I'm fine. I don't care what it is, where it is. I don't care about any of it. I don't even care where it's going. Just put me on board. So.
With the buffet's open 24 hours. You could go in one of them booths and
Listen, I mean MSC. I mean, like just really good food, and just I love it. Really, really, really starting to enjoy it. Again, not my favorite line, but really enjoying it a lot. So,
Scott, do you do a lot of vlogging when you're on the cruise?
Like nonstop vlogging. So, yeah, like almost. I mean, it's all I'm thinking about all the time. Vlogging. And I'm running the camera all the time, getting tons of B-roll and stuff like that, just in case. I mean, I have a lot of footage that I'll never use or have never used, but I always get a lot of B-roll and stuff just because you never know. Like when I was on Margaritaville at Sea, I got accosted by the production manager because she was like, people record the show. It's not a problem. She was like, but nobody ever records as much of the show as you did. And we want to know why. And I was like, I said, listen, I appreciate that. I have no problems telling you why. I said, but I can assure you, guarantee you that for as much as I vlogged of it, I bet you'll be lucky if 30 seconds of it makes it into my vlog. Because I just, I probably, however much I vlogged, I won't use a lot of it, but I never know what I want or how much am I going to use. So, I vlog a lot of it, but so
pretty good.
But I mean, I've been on a ship since March, so I haven't really been vlogging. So all of the few vlogs that are coming out from mine are just in the pipe. So.
I gotta run and get me some coffee. Whew.
Yeah, right now I'm working on all the carnival celebration vlogs. We have one vlog which is embarkation that came out on Thursday, yesterday, and every Thursday I'm putting in a new vlog. So it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be like a 6 or 7 part vlog series.
I mean, I used to put out a lot of vlogs too, like like within a couple of days to a week and stuff like that or whatever. But, I mean, I just don't do it anymore. I did it when my channel was new, and I first got going, but now I'm spacing them out a little bit more,
Right.
So.
That was 22 years ago. He's still going, so right on, buddy. Randy, how you doing? Randy, let me know if you want to come in. So I can send you the link.
But I was on Celebration with Tony and Jenny and Jay.
Jay from the Ship Show?
Ship Life.
From Ship Life.
Yep.
Yeah.
A Ship Show is Rooster. Okay.
Right. And when Tony was doing his ship tour or whatever, I like inadvertently got into the vlog, right? And Jeremy Farino, who's in here in the chat or whatever, he had like commented on it. He was like, that's my travel agent at 12 minutes and 13 seconds.
Well, Tony got lucky. If I was the one walking in, I'd be going like this.
I was vlogging, right? I was walking around ship vlogging, and I had no idea Tony was there. And when I came around the corner to go down these steps, there was Tony coming up the steps on the GoPro. So I was like, ooh. So I stepped back. I walked out of the scene, that's what it was. So I walked out of the scene and I was standing kind of like stupid. Like I was looking at nothing, right? I was just like, oh, look how interesting that, blank space of air is, like waiting for him to go by so that I wasn't interfering with his vlog, right? A little professional courtesy. And when he comes up the steps and comes around, he sees me and he's like, hey, what's up? And I was like, hey, that's all you hear it on. All you hear me on that vlog is say, hey, that's it. So, and you see me like at the top of the steps going like, ooh.
Hey, Eddie, I'm going to pop off here. I got to go take care of some things, buddy.
Thank you for coming in for a bit.
It's not that much past dinner time anyway. So
yeah, I know, but Batman has to go out and defend the city, so take your business. I certainly Right on. Much appreciated. Wait a minute. We got Mooked again. We had Mike and Mike. That's why I had them like this. See, Mike and one in, Mike and the other in. Fortunately, the other Scott went away, so let's put the girl right here in the middle again. So very good. That way, it's a more balanced unit here. So, well, maybe on a while, Eddie, my wife and I are discussing our upcoming cruise in 8 days. Oh, Randy, one more day, and you're gonna be under hashtag KMA.
Nice. That's right.
Be ready for what's coming, buddy. You're gonna get some tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. We only got 35 minutes away from hitting midnight. Midnight, my time, not yours. I know you're 3 hours behind. So
Alice Lugo Studios is in the chat.
Oh my Lord.
Hey.
Now I gotta behave.
How you doing, Jeremy?
Howdy.
It's right next to me.
Wait a minute.
She's been right next
to me.
I can
get this one to squeak. I don't know. It's an unsqueakable duck.
Hey, it's late Friday night. Let's hear the whales humping.
Uh-oh.
Why not?
Uh-oh.
quick hide. Sean's here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap.
So, Sean, how's it hanging?
To the right.
Oh, good. Very good. Very nice for you. I'm so peacefully, painfully. Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
Let us know.
I'm really pleased that Clocky's hiding.
He's always hiding.
I don't know that I could handle the same stream as him. Nice to meet you, Tinkerbell.
Nice to meet you as well.
So Tinkerbell, let Sean know who you are, and Sean will let you know who he is.
Well, I'm Tinkerbell. And like I said before, I'm a travel agent. I am from Brandon, Florida, which is in Tampa. And I'm just here new to YouTube. And I'm glad to be here with all you guys today.
Well, don't worry, you'll have 1,000 people subscribing to you today because Eddie's going to make sure of that. And if you keep this up, you'll have 55,000 watch hours in the next 25 minutes.
I know, right?
Yep.
What are we going to Mars or something like that? So Sean,
Eddie,
and who are you, Sean?
Well, I'm Sean from the Ducks, the Down Under Cruisers, and Helping Hands for Cruising. I'm coming up as Helping Hands right now, and I'm going to try and stream to my Helping Hands for Cruising channel shortly. For those that don't know, Helping Hands for Cruising helps people who have never, ever had the opportunity to cruise in their life, whether they be in a disabled circumstance or they are the carer of somebody who's disabled, or they are someone who's been down on their luck and never had the opportunity, will never have the opportunity in the foreseeable future to actually jump on a cruise ship. And it is our goal to fill up a cruise ship and get as many people on board. Let them see what we enjoy.
That's right. That's right.
It looks
Hey,
like
Randy, I have no idea. Oh,
JNS posted the link to.
Thank you for that, Jeremy.
Yeah, and we got the QR code right here on your screen as well, so you can scan it and make a donation today.
Awesome.
But which currency will that QR code take you to?
No clue.
Scotty, we're in the throes of actually fixing that so that it puts up USD, not AUD.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm really sorry I wasn't paying attention to it. So.
No. I'm glad you did point it out, because what's going to happen is when we have our cruisathon on the 25th and 26th of August, what'll happen is people will donate, and so we have a false idea of how much money we've actually got.
Yeah.
And our goal is 10,000 US. 10,000 US is about 12 grand Aussie, which would give us the opportunity to get at least 3 couples on a cruise ship. That's the goal.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That's very nice.
We try.
Well, according to my Amex statement, it'll be $33.82.
Nice.
USD.
Yeah, at least he's letting you know what's up with that. So
sorry.
Yeah. Hello, Shawnee.
Clocky, how you going, mate?
What's going on?
Now, you see, just Tinkerbell, just for your info, when we Aussies talk to people in like for example, I'm talking about Clocky, we always shorten everything. So Clocky is much shorter than clock, and it's always a term of endearment as well.
Okay. That's good to know. Noted.
That's better than most of the things he calls me.
And, whatever you call me too, so that's even nicer too.
Right.
Shut up, Sean. You drinking coffee, Mike?
I'm drinking coffee, so I'm good till about noon tomorrow. We can just keep this going.
Oh, so you're going to be here for the duration, mate?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, all of us, everybody. Nobody's leaving.
Oh, I'm going to be leaving.
No, nobody goes anywhere. Including you too, Sean. See y'all later.
Yeah. I thought you'd do that. Typical.
Typical what?
Yeah,
What?
Oh, whoa.
He knew better.
He had to go.
Oh. What happened? You got scared?
No, I signed in. Notice I've got a green screen.
That's right.
Yep.
I'm trying to get it onto one of my
I'm really surprised it shows up as well as it does with all those wrinkles.
Yeah, I am too, you know. Hang on, let me fix that. Because I need to fix it.
I used to use green screens, and if they are not properly lit or they have some serious wrinkles in them, they will not work well. So
it'll say Bahamas, but it'll be like Bahamas.
It's how you make the wrinkles.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Well, I'm going to see you guys on another time. Thank you guys for having me here today, and I'll probably
You're leaving.
Yeah.
You can't go.
It's not Saturday here yet.
I've just come on and you leaving.
I know.
She's new. She's not used to lives yet, but she's working on it. Don't worry. You got to build some muscle into it.
I've taught her everything I know. She still knows nothing.
More presidents should be good into it. So
I will see you guys on the next one, and thank you guys so much.
Yep.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye, Jackie. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Eddie.
Later, Martin.
Bye, Scott. Bye, Jeremy. Bye,
right.
Mike, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Mike and Ike.
Good night, John Boy.
Okay.
John Boy.
You're only allowed to have 6 people, I think.
Oh, okay.
You don't remember that?
This broadcast has reached the maximum number of guest destinations.
Yeah, like Ross. I mean, we got that earlier too. Ross was going to both Facebook and YouTube, but then I think when Tinkerbell couldn't do it, and then I think when he killed the Facebook feed, then she could.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the deal is with that either.
It was like that whenever I first came in. I logged in around 1 hour and 1 minute, and I've been streaming ever since. The people that are leaving have to shut it down on their side in order for more slots to open.
Okay.
So
Yeah, but you think there would be 10 slots, right?
I'm supposed to have 10.
There is, and really the show is still running on their channel in spite of them not being here.
Yeah.
So unless they go in and manually shut down the stream using Studio, it's still going to run until Eddie hits in broadcast.
Right.
You can't kick them out individually, can you? How many of them are in your basement?
I don't think so.
Eddie, he's got all of the checks are at the top of his screen right now. I'm not sure. Is there a down arrow by them?
Yes, all of them.
Okay.
Including mine.
Well, no,
yeah, they're still on the. That means everybody's still on the panel per se.
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And they could jump in. They could jump back in at any time because they still got the link. But as far as the broadcast is concerned, it's still going.
Well,
on.
but then Eddie should be able to kill those broadcasts, right?
If I want.
Those that are not on the panel as such, those that are in the basement, you can kick them out.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, you guys got 3 dots on your thing here. I could remove you from the screen. I could either do a solo layout. I could mute you and edit the mic settings.
So what you're saying is that the only ones in the basement are what's up on the panel.
Yeah, there's nobody. All of you are in the basement now. Plus,
it's like Ross is still streaming.
Yes.
Right.
Tinkerbell, I guess, is still streaming.
Up here. So I could go like this, and you're live, and I go remove, and boom, gone. No, but I just let them get the hours. Right now, there's nobody else coming right now, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No,
If
like,
we- if
it
I
won't
need
let me
space,
speak now
then-
because they're on.
You get the hours for people watching and no one's watching.
well, they're getting some hours. They're getting something. Something it's available. Eddie dropped the link. Okay, hold on. Let me go to scroll here and bring him in. And then we'll see how we do it from there. So, and there goes the link to him. Let's see how it works over here. If he should be able to come in because like I said,
G'day, Mike.
got a couple more. So,
G'day.
Hey, Vetty,
G'day.
I'll call you Vet, Cruise Vet, but there's Mike there in the chat, and he's only Mike. We've got a Clocky, and we've got Cruise Vet, and that's it. That's the only Mikes I know. I should stop swearing. I seriously should.
I got two mics in the to hang after Mr. Ossie leaves.
Yeah, it's not gonna let me. It's not gonna let me come up, stream on my Helping Hands channel.
Emily,
you got one too many, mate.
No, I don't. Hold on.
Are you streaming on your other channel, Sean?
Am I streaming on my own? No, I've just come in. I've just logged in. I'm not streaming on any.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't share, you can't stream to your audience unless you're logged into StreamYard, which means you need an account, right? And when you're logged in, I'm actually on your chat as part of your login, but I don't have any of my channels up. So when I try and click on one of my channels, it says there's too many broadcasting already.
Well, I removed 2 spots, so I got 2 spots open. So let's see if they
that
do
works. That worked.
Yep.
I removed Orange Cone and Tinkerbell from the lineup on top. So
I wish they would stick a tier in between.
You don't want to pay the $100 a month.
What's that?
You don't want to pay the $100 a month.
No, that next one up is. Well, first of all, I think what they're charging for this 10 is kind of a little, outrageous for what it is.
I think it should only be like 10 or 15.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not like it's not like it adds a crap ton of function or anything, like. And I mean, and YouTube is already starting to do this because they don't like when anybody, one-ups them on their own platform, right?
Yeah.
So they're going to add this feature and this function, and it's not going to cost anything. And StreamYard's going to be another bankrupt Delaware holding company.
You like
Randy,
StreamYard, don't you?
What's that?
You like StreamYard, don't you?
I do. Randy, I put the link in Messenger, Facebook Messenger. Hit that link, it should bring you in. And then do the little box with your name and whatever you need to do, and hit enter studio, and that's it.
Well, if you didn't know this, Sean, in the United States, there's 3 states that are kind of like corporate tax havens.
Yes.
And the one that's the biggest and has the most benefit is Delaware. So that's why all the banks are there. That's why all the corporations are there. Everybody is there. StreamYard is there. So
A very small state too.
yeah.
Skinny also.
And they don't even have any sales tax either.
Yeah, they don't have any sales tax. No. So my wife lived there for about 5 years, a long time ago or whatever. So yeah, but anyway.
Have you been there lately?
So, what's that?
Have you been there lately?
Yeah. So, and my daughter, who works for the MS Society, she does an event on Thanksgiving Day every year in Wilmington, Delaware. Like actually downtown Wilmington, they shut. Well, I mean, nothing's really happening on Thanksgiving Day, but they shut the streets down and stuff like that downtown, and they do a 5K run in Wilmington, and that's one of her events, and she heads that up. So she is just now starting to prepare for that because it's on Thanksgiving Day. So she'll be going to Wilmington every week to meet with local people, and there's always a state senator that comes and stuff like that too. So she'll be going and meeting with the police and all these other sponsors. PNC Bank and Experian are their two biggest, like they're kind of like platinum sponsors for the event. So she goes down there and meets with them and stuff like that. So
I was asking because Delaware's blowing up like crazy because people going there to retire nowadays.
Right.
Because of the tax credits and crap.
Right. Yeah. So like I said, my wife lived there, and there's this restaurant that she really loves. It's half Mexican, half Cajun, and it's called Borders Cafe, and it's right on Route 1, near the Christiana Mall, like where 95 and Route 1 intersect. So we go there. It takes about an hour for us to get there from here. So we go there. We haven't been there in a while, but we do go there frequently for dinner because she likes that restaurant so much. So, or if we're in White Marsh, like if we go to IKEA in White Marsh, we'll hop on because it's right there next to 95. We'll hop on 95 and go up to Wilmington and have dinner.
Scotty,
from there.
Do you guys have IKEA as well?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
See,
really?
Yeah, there's one up in Houston.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I thought only Fort Myers had a Kia.
There's one in New Jersey that's so big from I-95 you see it.
Yeah, we got one in Springvale as well.
God bless you.
Yeah, the closest one to me is in Baltimore. So.
And does the furniture speak Swedish as well?
Ah, yes. See.
All the instruction manuals.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, you got instruction manuals. You're lucky.
Yes.
We just got numbers.
Actually, the desk that I'm sitting at right now is from IKEA.
I went to the one in Brooklyn and never again.
And oh look, my brain actually got it kind of right this time. That piece of furniture right there is from IKEA.
I'll be honest with you. Some of the stuff out of IKEA is not bad at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just gotta be picky and choosy on what you're buying.
Oh, and that shelf on the wall back there, that's from IKEA.
Yeah, Emily, me and Alice been to that one in the one in Brooklyn. Hey V, how you doing?
Hey, how bad is that? How bad is the rain sounds? Is it real?
I can't hear it.
We can't hear it.
Okay.
And, g'day, Crystal. How you going? Nice to see you there. Hey, Lily.
What's going on,
welcome
Destination
aboard.
Delight?
Nice.
What's going on, V?
How you doing? Good evening.
Wanda Budgets and Beyond came in. Hello.
How you doing?
Hello.
I think we're being rated.
Why, Eddie? What happened on IKEA? I don't know. These guys are just blabbering about IKEA. I don't think it's a maze. When I went to the one in Brooklyn and went there once, and that was it.
You can't hit the mazes.
I didn't want to ever go back again.
Eddie, do you have?
It's hard when you can't see over the shelves.
Can you read a map? Can you read
Sean,
a map?
what was that? Because clock here is interrupting. What was that?
I was saying, can you read a map?
Yes.
So all you got to do is follow the lines on the floor. They'll tell you where.
I know that, but still, there was a mess in there.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. I sat in the IKEA parking lot a week or so ago and watched JNS Adventures 1K celebration live stream from the parking lot, parked under the solar panels.
Now wait a minute. Was JNS inside IKEA for a whole hour and a bit?
No.
So you couldn't have
the
watched
mustard
our
drill
show.
was at IKEA.
You
No,
couldn't have watched the whole show.
I was sitting in this chair right here in Galveston.
Man,
Mike Arena says they love IKEA.
We missed Galveston just by we went to the we didn't go to the port, but we went to that entertainment center, that park that's near there. What do they call that place? You've got all the you got a whole bunch of restaurants in there, and it's like a kind of like an amusement park area.
Pleasure Pier.
Oh yeah, that's Pleasure Pier on the seawall.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
So we were there for about 5 minutes, a day, and then the next day we were on a flight down to Tampa.
I keep
Pleasure
trying to
Pier
get
sounds
Jeremy
like an
to
interesting
show
place.
us video of the Pleasure Pier on the morning show, but he won't do it.
We can get it from Murdoch's. Hold on. You might be able to catch it right now because those cameras don't stop. They're 24/7.
Should have it lit up this time of night.
I don't know. At 10:47, they might have it shut down, but then again, it's Friday night.
Pleasure Pier sounds like some place you go on a bachelor party.
So for those that are
Located right across the street from the Carnival Cruise Line restaurant.
Yeah, I know. Fish tails. They have a red whale tail.
I swear, he threw that up there this morning, and I looked, and the first thing in my brain said was, "That looks like a Carnival funnel."
Mm-hmm.
Is that a ship back there?
That's where you get on the Jubilee.
Okay, the camera's not pointed at the Pleasure Pier right now. Instead, it's pointing at Galvez.
What's that? Oh, I've seen this.
The hotel, right?
Yeah, that's the Grand Galvez Hotel, and this is Seawall Boulevard.
That's where Mr. Mike B goes to when he likes to get away from Houston area. That's where he goes to hide. At least that's what I heard. So,
yeah, I stayed there last year.
You
don't stay by the hour there,
pretty
do you?
expensive though. I got it for free, but it's usually like I don't know, $300 or $400 a night or something.
Nice.
For those that are on Helping Hands for Cruising YouTube channel, we are currently in a mixed broadcast with 6 other channels. JNS Adventures, Eddie Lugo Studios, Clocky's Family Adventures, The Master Drill, and Cruise Vet Adventure. So if you see chat going on, it's because there are 6 channels in the chat, and we're all broadcasting simultaneously.
that's right.
I tried to turn the camera, but I guess there's people in line ahead of me.
I think it's cool that they let you control it, though.
Oh yeah,
Tell them to hurry up.
It looks pretty dark there.
It is. It's
The
10:49. It's 10:49 at night here.
The storm coming in.
So not only are you guys on the wrong side of the road, but you're on the wrong side of the clock as well.
We are behind you. That's why.
Always the right side of the clock right here.
That's right. You are behind the times, Eddie.
Hey, Sean, the Mega Millions jackpot is worth $940 million. We would really like the numbers, please.
That's right.
Yes.
36, 25, 3, 2.2, and 9, and one more. I forget. It's 5. G'day, Randy.
Hey, how you
Haven't
doing?
they pulled that yet?
What's that?
Haven't they pulled the Mega Millions?
I'm sure they
Powerball,
did.
whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, Mega Millions. Yeah, somebody won that. I can't believe somebody won. One person won $1.5 billion. $150 or something like that. Like,
Or in California, like
yeah, I
always.
just believe it.
Always
One
somebody in
person.
California.
Well, did you see where,
Yeah, but
where
I'm
the
saying
store
tonight's the other one.
the
Yeah.
store got rewarded $1 million for selling that ticket?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
Well,
so
that
it
covers rent for a few months.
looks like tonight's numbers were 5, 10, 28, 52, 63, and 18.
See, I was close.
Yeah.
And
Does
it
it show
just
whether
says,
there's any winner?
it just says that the next estimated jackpot is pending. So no idea if somebody won or not.
So on Thursday, we've got 100 mil.
Probably.
And here's the thing. If any of you guys are interested, win a lottery in Australia, it's tax-free.
What we got coming now, Jeremy?
Does it ever get to the 900 million or anything like that?
In Australia?
Yeah.
You kidding?
Ooh.
Can a foreigner win it?
You never
Sean,
know.
I'm gonna venue some money so you can buy me some tickets.
Right.
Okay.
Same standard as you. Nope, didn't win on those money. Sorry, send more.
Yep. No, I'm not going to go down that path. I might go to my namesake, Onassis, and ask him for it. I know he's dead.
Well, do you spell your name the same way?
No,
No. Okay.
he's ONY,
Ah.
and I've got an R before the N, so no, not close.
Well, I have a question for a travel agent. Either one of you guys. Okay, if you book a cruise like through Carnival, well, let me take that back. If you book a cruise through a travel agent, and then Carnival starts calling people to give them room upgrades, will they call only the people that book through Carnival, or will they also call people that book through travel agents?
I had a Be the Hero offer come through on my travel agent side, but also I'm a client, so Carnival sent me one as well on the same sailing because I booked my own sailing. But as far as any Be the Hero offers for any other clients, I have not experienced that yet coming through on the travel agent side.
Right.
Royal will do it too if you're on the Royal Ups. You'll still get those upgrade deals.
Yeah, but Royal Up is different than what Randy's talking about, though.
Okay.
So what Carnival does is Carnival will actually call you. In fact, I was in a Hallmark store picking out a card, and I got this call from this Florida number, and I almost did not answer it, but I did. And the guy was like, "Hey, would you like a suite for $600?" And I said, "Listen, I would not take a Carnival suite if it was you give me $600."
Oh my god!
Because you don't get anything for a suite on Carnival.
Well,
right.
You don't get double points like you do on Royal. You don't get any kind of perk. You don't get special access. You don't get anything for a suite on Carnival. So for me, it's never worth it on Carnival. But Royal Up, on the other hand, I just did a Royal Up on my upcoming Oasis cruise. I was booked into a standard interior cabin that was literally on deck 11 forward up against the front bulkhead. And I did a Royal Up for a neighborhood view interior. The minimum bid for it was $25. And of course, that's for two people. So it would be $50. I put the minimum bid in on it, and I was like a week later, I got the email saying, "Congratulations, your royal up has been offered or accepted." And I was moved from that interior on deck 11 to deck 9 into a Central Park view interior for $50.
I like that.
Yeah, for $50.
I did the same thing.
But the fare difference in those two rooms would have been more. I went in and searched it out. Would have been $700.
So let me ask you a question.
So-
If you go into, say, a Central Park cabin, is it noisy?
No.
Mine wasn't. Mine
No.
wasn't a balcony though.
Probably the boardwalk would be more noisy, just because of the nature of it. There is a band that plays out in Central Park, but it ends pretty early. And then Central Park is, people like to just go out there and kind of be chill. Like to go out there and it's quiet and it's chill and everything else. So no, not typically, certainly not like boardwalk. So
I like going out there in the morning and eating my breakfast.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to eat.
I mean, I really like Central Park at night just because of the way it looks at night with
it's
it.
a,
with
it's
like
a total
all the
different
accent lightings
Yep.
and stuff.
It's a total different thing night to day.
Yeah,
it's like
but I
two
really
different
like it
areas.
at night. So, but yeah, so like I said, so the fare difference in that, Randy, would have been like $700 and some dollars. If I would have just went in and just changed it to that, it would have been like $700 and some dollars. But I was able to royal up to it for only $50. So, and I've been pretty successful with those royal up options as well. So yeah, but that, like I said, royal up is different than that. My guess is Carnival would not call people for upgrades if they had booked through a travel agent, because when you book through a travel agent, the cruise lines kind of leave you alone and you need to go through your travel agent. But what Jerry was telling you is what happens is we get a notification that there is Jeremy called it, it's called a Be a Hero, right? I think it's a stupid thing, right? But they call it Be a Hero. So we'll get notification that one or more of our bookings have a Be a Hero offer. And then we can log into the travel agent portal and see what that is. And that's basically an upgrade. It's always an upgrade. So we can see what it is. It may not be a huge upgrade, but what it might be is, like I did a Be a Hero offer one time for a client where I was able to actually move them into a balcony from an interior and get them the Cheers package and there was 2 people in the cabin for $50 a person. So for $100, they got a room upgrade and unlimited drinks. So it's up to the travel agent to see that and then offer it to the client. So that's really where it comes down to. So the travel agent's supposed to see it, offer it to the client, and then, then they're the hero, and the client is getting the upgrade they might be possibly looking for. So.
What?
But the royal up is something that you do that the client can do on their own.
Right.
The travel agent doesn't do that.
You as a travel agent, like somebody calls you up and they say, "Hey, I want to go on a cruise and I want to fly into Miami." Do you also find them a rental car? Do you find them a hotel?
It depends.
You just okay. Depends. So you do like different levels, kind of.
Yeah. So here's the thing: I can't get commission on flights.
Right.
So I tend to not handle flights for clients for 2 reasons. And you might think the first reason is because I don't get paid for it. That's actually the second reason. For me, it's the second reason. The first reason why I don't tend to do flights is because my client knows what and how and when they can or don't and do want to be at the airport.
Right.
Or want to be flying and things like that more than I do. So it's a lot of a half duplex conversation with them. So it's kind of like if I've got to go back and forth and stuff like that in that time frame, it's easier for the client to probably book that on their own. But if my client says to me, "Listen, I really would like your help with these flights," I will, even though I'm not getting paid with it. I'm not getting, even though I'm not getting paid for it, I will totally do it.
So here's the question.
The way I am, I prefer to book my own flight because like you're saying, I know when I want to go to the airport. I know when I want to arrive, and all that stuff. How much time I want to lay over.
Yep.
If it's not a nonstop and all that stuff.
Yeah. So that's really kind of like why. And then, like I said, the second reason would be because I'm not getting paid for it. But like I said, if my client says to me, "I really want your help with these flights, paid for it or not, I'm going to help them with it." Hotels and rental cars also, because I am going to get a really small, teeny tiny little commission off a hotel room. And again, another really small one off of a rental car.
So if somebody was going to come on a cruise out of Sydney, you would not organize their flights?
Again, it depends. If they ask me to, I will, but I wouldn't do it as a part of the normal process, just because I wouldn't be getting commission. So now here's one interesting thing that you may not know, and this is travel agent secret that I'm giving away. Travel agents hate me, so because I give away a lot of secrets for free. So
is this like a secret code we're supposed to use when we talk?
So here's the thing. So if you book with Royal Caribbean, you book a cruise on Royal Caribbean, and you use Air to Sea, which is Royal Caribbean's air option add-on.
Right.
If you book a flight, no matter how you're booking a flight, you have to book that flight and pay for it. But if you book through Air to Sea, you can book your flight and get your seat on that flight, and you don't have to pay for it until final payment.
Oh.
It's a perk kind of. But that you'll get that flight, it'll be reserved and it'll be locked in at that price and everything else, but you won't have to pay a nickel for it until final payment.
Now, does Princess work that way too? Because I know they do that flight.
I don't think so.
So it's only like Royal Caribbean that does.
Royal Caribbean's the only one that really does that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just pop in for a second there?
Of course.
Couple of things. Jeremy put in a thing there. He bought a Club Orange on his Holland America cruise. It cost him $450. It came with a cabin upgrade.
Turn on the bridge.
Okay. Also, we've got a little bit Elias. Welcome aboard to Helping Hands for Cruising. Thank you for popping on. He asked a question. The question he asked was, how can someone help him get a trip on a cruise? So, Elias, what you've got to do, mate, is you've got to have somebody out there who's not a family member put together a video, a 2-minute to 5-minute video that nominates the person, whether that be you or whomever else, nominates them to be a recipient of the Helping Hands for Cruising group cruise. And then what needs to happen is that video needs to be put up to the Helping Hands for Cruising board for a decision to be made as to whether or not you will be a recipient.
Sean has the AT&T logo on his face.
Yeah.
I see that.
It's that yellow thing in the sky.
Little diamond.
So, but yeah, so that's a nice trick with Royal Caribbean for sure.
Yeah.
But even with that trick being in existence, I don't use it much.
Right.
And, just because again, like I'm not, like I'm going to be on the phone. I would have to get on the phone with the client. Like I have clients that are going on American Cruise Lines, which is a Mississippi cruise from Memphis to New Orleans. Or wait, they're going from New Orleans to Memphis, I think. So, and part of that is flights are included. in the price.
Mhm.
But there's a special department that you cannot reach directly at American Cruise Lines that handles the flights. And because my client has gone through me, they will not call my client to say, well, how about this flight or how about that flight or whatever, right? So I told my client, I'll just do a 3-way call with you. They're not going to like it. They're going to be mad at me for having the client on the phone directly with them. But I'm going to do it because I don't want them to give me a list of flights and then I have to call my client and say, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? And then if they don't like it, I have to call them back. Or if they do like one, then I say, okay. And then I give it to them, and they're going to say, well, we want to be on this seat or that seat or whatever. And they're going to be like, okay, well, this is the seats that are available. It's kind of a pain in the butt in that respect. That kind of aspect of the travel is just easier for the client. Now, if I'm booking an all-inclusive resort, like an all-inclusive package that does include the flights, then I am picking the flight for my client. So I tell my clients, I'll try to pick. I tell them up front, this is when I usually like to fly. I don't usually like to be at the airport at 6 o'clock in the morning. But I'm coming back. I don't usually like to be at, I don't like to get home. I don't like to get into my final destination airport at 2 minutes to midnight, especially, whether I live an hour from there or 5 minutes from there, I don't like to get in that late. And 9 times out of 10, they will say to me, we're the same way. So then when I'm looking at flight options for that all-inclusive option, I will pick flights that look good to me, and I have yet to have a client complain to me that they did not like the flights I picked for them.
Well, if you book the flight through the cruise, like going back to Royal Caribbean, you get to the airport, flight's canceled or delayed or something like that, who gets you onto a different flight? Who
The airline.
For that?
The airline does.
So at that point, you're strictly working with the airline. So.
And that would be the case no matter how you booked it.
Right.
No matter how you booked it, if that is the scenario where the flight was canceled or delayed, the airline is always the one that you would work with directly to get on another flight, whenever.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep.
Emily, I've done this before. I've used the NCL buy one, get one free. I did that for the Vloggers cruise, and I'm doing it for my Alaska cruise. It worked great for the Vloggers cruise because I was by myself, and they still gave me half off my ticket. So I paid $149 for my round trip ticket from Baltimore to New Orleans. So I couldn't beat that.
Like you said, now when I cruise, I tend to fly Southwest because for some strange reason, I cannot convince myself to not take a month's worth of clothes for a 7-day cruise. So it's nice to be able to fly the only remaining airline that does not charge you for bags.
Yeah, I had to pay for bag because NCL, I think there may be a exclusive partnership with American or something. You will have to pay for bags.
Right. So with Royal Caribbean, it's going to be the standard airlines: American, Delta, United.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I mean, one nice thing, I got the American Airlines credit card, so I get one free bag, and my wife gets a bag.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. So I have a bunch of airline cards too. So.
Is that automatic on the, or is that a do you have to pay a fee every year?
For American Airlines?
Yeah.
Yeah, you pay a fee, but they also give you back a voucher for so much off a flight, like maybe $25 or $50. So you do get a break that way. And
okay. I'm just trying to see whether or not it's worth it because I normally get the credit cards if it's going to benefit me. So I may look into that.
Yeah, so I have so my airline cards all have annual fees, right? But for instance, my United card gets me a decent amount of money off of a Clear membership.
Right.
Because I have Clear and TSA pre-check together. So like I'm through security fast, right? So, but my United card gets me money off of Clear every year, like the Clear membership. And then I look at hotel cards too. So then I have a Marriott card, Marriott Amex. That gets me a free night at a Marriott every year. Same thing with I have an IHG card. That gets me a free night every year and gets me $50 worth of United bank money or whatever, like United, I forget what United wallet or something. Anyway, so I get $50 on United Airlines every year through that card plus a free night. So I always look at cards like that. So that Marriott card and the IHG card I love just because I get a free night every year.
Right. Yeah, I've got the Marriott card too, and I like that. As a matter of fact, when we go down to Miami here next week, one of the nights is free, and I'm using the Marriott card for that.
Right.
And another thing I do, or we do, is like with American Airlines, we pay all our bills that way, and then we build up all the mileage. And for example, again, this weekend we're flying first class because we bought tickets but upgraded with miles in order to move to first class, which also means you get to carry 2 suitcases now for free, and they can be over 50 pounds too. They can be up to 70 pounds. So.
Yeah. Wow. Well, and I have a Southwest credit card as well, and it has an annual fee, but I don't really get any perks from it other than Southwest miles for the things that I spend on that card.
Apparently on the Southwest one, if you spend a certain amount or you hit it at the right time and you get that card, you can get a free companion pass if you spend so much or something like that.
Yeah, if you build up so many miles and stuff.
Yes. But that companion pass has too many caveats, like too much stuff. Yes, it has. It's not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. So,
well, I mean, my companion would be my wife. So if she didn't get to go on all the trips, I mean, it's not that big a deal.
I tell her you didn't have enough points to take her. But another perk I have, which I'd be more than willing to give away, is because I have a mobility scooter, I get to board early. No matter
okay.
Especially even Southwest. I mean, I don't have to worry about, getting in the A group or paying extra for all that, because wheelchairs and myself, we go first. So.
Right.
But like I said, I'd be willing to give that perk up and walk again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I like. I guess the one thing I don't like about Southwest is you have to buy that A list.
Yeah.
Like you have to buy what they call it, early bird, right? You have to buy the early bird all the time, in order to get it. And I don't know if you know this or not, but when you buy early bird, your early bird position is based on when you bought your early bird in relation to all the other people who bought their early bird on that same flight, right? So if you don't buy it, or you book that flight at the last minute and then you buy early bird, you could still be like, number A60 or something like that. Which then if the way I feel about it, early bird's not worth it if you're that far down the list, right? But they'll still sell it to you.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I heard you earlier talking about, faster to the fun on Carnival. And I agree with you. I think you should earn it. I don't think you should buy it.
This purchasing of perks just drives.
And I've never seen, even when it used to be something like $50 or something, I never saw the benefit,
Right.
Right.
And I'm like, I mean, it completely cheapens and completely just kind of I mean, this is what I think it says. I think it's the cruise line saying, we don't care that you have been loyal to us.
Mm-hmm.
All we care about is money. And if somebody is willing to pay us for it, then we could care less about you. And that really irks the crap out of me.
Yep.
So, especially for, as loyal as I've been to Royal, right? And now, I can say that I do enjoy my Diamond perks. I'm just about Diamond Plus on it, so I'll get a little bit more. But I do enjoy those 4 free drinks every day. I wish Carnival would do it for Platinum people, like, and Diamond people on Carnival. I wish they would give us free drinks every day, like Royal gives Diamond and Diamond Plus and Pinnacle. But, and I do enjoy some of that stuff that I get from Royal Caribbean as, through the loyalty. But, people are still buying priority on Royal Caribbean.
Yeah, but it's not the same. The key
No,
is
it's
not the
not the
same.
same. You're right. It's not.
Because if I buy the key, I don't get to. If you're Diamond Plus, I don't get to board the same time as you.
Right.
I don't get the free drinks.
Right.
I don't get the Diamond Lounge.
Right.
I only get expedited boarding for
Right.
So if boarding time is at noon, then I get to go on ahead, first at noon.
Right.
But I don't get to roll up and.
No, I agree. I agree. The
Diamond
key. No, I mean, I agree. The key is not the same as Faster Than Fun, but it is still something that Royal Caribbean is selling people for priority.
It's mostly the internet package, because really they're usually bundling it with the internet.
They're bundling it with the internet, and then you get that embarkation day lunch.
That's the only way. That's the only reason I really bought the key, mainly because when I priced just the internet package versus the key, it was only like $4 or $5 a day extra. So it's like, all right, well, just get the key.
Right. Yeah. So before the shutdown, I used to sail with my in-laws a lot, and my mother-in-law would always buy she would say, "I'm going to buy your internet for you," or something, and she would buy the key because it was usually like a better value if you bought the key and got the internet that way, because then you got like the lunch and stuff like that, right? But we kept telling her we don't need the key because we're Diamond, but she would buy it anyway. So one time I showed up at the port, and the guy, we were showing up to the guy where you have to show your boarding pass, right? And he looks at my boarding pass, and he was like, "Oh, you're Diamond and the key." He was like, "You're triple special," or something like that, or whatever he said to me, or whatever, right? Because I had both of them at the same time. But I would always tell her, "We stop buying us the key. We don't need it."
Right.
So.
Can I just jump in there for a second?
Of course.
There's a person in the chat there that's asking questions about Helping Hands for Cruising. So let me just give an update so that people get an understanding of what happens. So when a person becomes a recipient of Helping Hands for Cruising, what happens is we will actually pay for the fare. Now the fare includes buffet, food from the buffet, food from the MDR, and any food that is included as part of the fare. There are some specialty restaurants, things like Cucina del Capitano and the steakhouse, the Fahrenheit Steakhouse, and Pig and Anchor, and some of the others there that are upcharge restaurants. However, all food that is provided as part of your fare is included. So that's what the Helping Hands for Cruising fare includes. So you won't go hungry. You don't need to spend a cent. Go on board the ship, feed your face, walk off as cargo. You'll be fine. Everything will be okay. In terms of alcoholic drinks, so you will be able to have any of the drinks that are supplied with their fountain. So, for example, you want orange juice in the morning, they'll give you orange juice. You want, say, a Coke. There is a bubbles package. We will provide you with an amount of onboard credit and the bubbles package, so you can get any soft drink, and you can use the onboard credit to go and purchase whatever it is, whether you want to do an excursion or you want to do or you want to pay for an alcoholic drink or whatever. That's all included in the in your onboard credit. Other than that, for us to fund the drinks package that's not the bubbles package, that would be like us spending money on another cruise. And we figure that most people walk away with saving money because they can then use that money for other things like excursions, or if you wanted to do a night out at a paid restaurant or something like that. So that's basically what you're going to be getting for the cruise. And I think that's actually quite substantial, quite most people will enjoy that and have fun and walk away and enjoy themselves with it.
Yeah, because you really don't even need the bubbles package. There's enough drinks there that you get coffee, water, tea, all different types of teas.
Yeah.
So there's plenty still there to drink without even having to worry about any kind of drink package.
The only cruise line I buy the soda package is on Royal Caribbean, and the only reason why I do that is because I don't really drink carbonated sodas. Like, I don't drink carbonated drinks. But on Royal Caribbean, they have the freestyle machines on most ships. There's a few ships that don't have it, but they're on most ships. They have the freestyle machines, which have over 100 different combinations. They have a lot of like flavored lemonades and limeades and other types of things. So I buy it for that. But that's the only time I do it.
Liberty still doesn't have it. Now, I've been getting the refreshment package only because I do the coffees and all too. But it's nothing that I really need. I'll do coffees and I'll do the virgin mudslides and virgin strawberry daiquiris just because sitting up at the pool sometimes it's nice to have a nice frozen beverage.
We've actually found that when we were on board the Carnival Horizon and also when we were on board the Grand Princess, that we decided, you know what, let's just take the money that we would have spent on a drinks package and just put that as onboard credit. And we walked away with money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then that's us.
Yeah.
When I buy the refreshment package, it's only because I'm hitting it on Black Friday or whatever. Like the fresh refreshments package is normally $34 a day per person. And I can hit it on the Black Friday sale for like $19.99.
Right. Yeah, my wife does a lot of Black Friday purchases for that kind of stuff. So, like, even if she bought it before that, she'll cancel it and buy it again on Black Friday. So,
and if you're going on Royal and you want to get the internet package, always do one person and have multiple devices. Don't do each individual person because you're going to save a lot of money if you just do one person, multiple devices.
Right.
Because it's the same internet. It doesn't make you get off the devices or anything like that. It's just you're allowed to have, if you do 4 devices, you're allowed to have it signed in on 4 devices at the same time.
Yep.
So if you're going with a group of people, just get together and say, okay, let's just split this based off of this. And like this last, my son, his friend, me, and my wife. So we got a package of 4. And we hit it on Black Friday sale, so we end up saving like $300 as opposed to buying separate packages each.
That's a good tip because like with Carnival, it's only one thing at a time that can be unlocked.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, I'm gonna have to buy that for this damn Glory cruise. So,
yeah, but see what Clock was saying. It is cheaper if you're buying like multiple devices that way because they just kind of discount a little bit. But the way it works on Royal is you have to create a username. And so if you do that under that package, everybody has to use the same username to log in. I mean, it's fine. I mean,
that's not bad.
No, it's not a problem. But I'm just saying, like, you have to create a username, and then with that account, then they'll know, okay, that username has 4 devices or 3 devices or whatever. So
here's something I learned this week is I own stock in Carnival, the 100 share thing. Mm-hmm. So I sent in to get my credit.
Right.
I'm doing a back to back, so I sent it in twice, separate cruises. They wrote back and said because you're doing a back to back, instead of $100 each, you get a total of $250. Yeah, exactly. And I thought, well, that's sweet. So the question is, though, which I know we'll spend it on the first one. But if we don't, will that also carry over to the second one? Any balance that's left over? I mean, I would assume at least
No, because it's non-refundable. So that at the end of that sailing, it goes.
No,
away.
I mean the end of the first sailing when you're getting ready for the second.
Yeah, but they still consider, even though it's a back-to-back, they still consider it 2 separate bookings.
It is. It's two different bookings.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm sure we'll spend it all on the first one, but
right.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can't be combined with any other kinds of offers either. So,
have you already done your gratuities and all?
Have I? No.
See, I don't pay mine ahead of time either. So anytime I have the onboard credit, just if I don't use it, it just goes towards my.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because that's what I was thinking when I said, "Well, I'm sure we'll spend it all." And I thought, "Yeah, tips," So
yeah,
that'll take it.
Yeah.
Hey, what happens when you book a cruise, and then 10 days later book the back-to-back bit? So you're not actually doing a back-to-back in one run, and then you come up with your Carnival, what's his name, the shareholders card. So you've booked the one cruise, and then 10 days later you book the second.
Oh, you theoretically you get credit for both cruises. They'll give you, if it's a 7-day cruise, you get $100, and I think if it's a 15 or more, you get like $250 or something.
So there should be your way out of the only splitting the shareholders' points. Book the cruise today for the first 7 days, and then in a week or a month, book the back-to-back bit. Then
I think they would still catch it.
Yeah, I think they would.
Yeah. Normally you have to submit it up to like 3 weeks ahead of time.
Right.
3 or 4 weeks before you get on to the cruise.
But actually, they were very fast in accepting that too. It was like a matter of days.
Royal's pretty easy too. Like, I can go in there now and say, okay, I got 5 Royal cruises coming in the next year and a half, and I just put all my numbers on there, and they'll go ahead and put the $100 on every one of them, all 5 of them. So, I got to do my Carnival one.
Yeah.
Jeremy said a question.
When the stock was in the toilet, we bought it all too.
So just so you all know, I bought Royal at $40 a share, and it's it's 110 right now.
It's come back really well, Royal.
Yeah, we bought Carnival stock when it was like $6 a share. So.
Yeah, I didn't get lucky on that.
Jeremy Firmino has a question in the chat: 250 total or 250 times 2?
No, just 250 total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because originally it would have been 100 each, and they gave me like a $50 bonus because it counted as like a 15-day cruise that way. So.
Is it a 15-day or is it? I think it's 14 or more. What's your back-to-back?
Well, it's 8 days and 6 days. So what's that come out to? 14? Yeah. So
yeah, I think it's 14.
So one of the things that I do with onboard credit is if it's getting to the end of the cruise and I haven't used whatever I haven't used, if it's a reasonable amount of money, if it's a small amount of money, I'm just gonna probably try to find something to spend it on.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a reasonable amount of money and it's getting to the end of the cruise and I know I'm not going to use it, I will just stick it on a machine.
Yeah, I know.
And then
I know exactly where you're going.
Yeah, I'll just stick it on a machine and then go and take it off in cash.
Yep.
Because why not?
And I've done that
just
before.
Go up the next cruise and book another cruise.
I've done that before. If I needed like cash, and I didn't want to go to their cash machine or whatever, you can do it that way too.
Yeah. Because like Carnival has been offering me like free drinks and like $250 onboard credit. So it's kind of like, all right, I don't need the drink. I don't need the credit for the drinks,
and
I don't typically spend that kind of money in the casino. So, and I usually buy all, so I'll use it, so I use like some of the onboard credit for like internet or gratuities or something like that. But if I don't, then I end up not spending it on anything, and then towards the end of the cruise, I just end up taking it back off in cash because it was going to expire anyway. It was like non-refundable anyway. So,
all right.
Didn't Royal used to charge for pulling money off your card? Didn't they used to push the in order to use money in the casino, you had to use cash, or else they'd hit you with a service fee.
But they stopped doing that, I think, now. So
yeah,
because I think they would all prefer you to not use cash.
Yeah, because wasn't there something like they were charging 3% or something?
Yeah,
like
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it was crazy. So
3% seems like a small amount, but 5,000 passengers. It's
exactly.
They're making a killing off of it.
Eddie.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay. Well, but I mean, even based on what they've posted, probably just whack them.
What, you got a troublemaker?
Yes. There's somebody trying to sell something.
Kinda. Certainly not of the caliber we normally have.
Yeah, no.
Well, it's still early Friday night. You know.
That one earlier sure loved Trump.
Yeah.
I didn't even see any of that, and all I saw was the
deleted message.
Yes, that's all I saw.
This person's been blocked. This person's been blocked.
Right.
It's just
By
got
the time I made it, that's all I saw too.
Yeah,
Do you want to know? I don't know about you guys, but I have got the most amazing moderator sitting in my channel. Meg and Danny D, they are the most amazing moderators because they climbed onto it before I even had a look.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, I can't find the person.
Right.
That's the problem when you're streaming on so many channels. Is which channel are they on?
Right.
And I know Randy's not.
I don't have a channel, so they're not.
He's not streaming.
It's not mine.
So I got helping hands.
Well, so far out of our morning show and stuff, it's only happened on my channel once, and it happened before we went live, and I took them out. So we didn't, so we didn't have to worry about it. But
yeah, no. As Meg says, it was on the HH4C channel. And by the way, Danny, please cry. I'll make anybody cry because I care and I appreciate the help that you guys give.
So, were you all in there for the tea party the other day?
I was on for a little bit, but not for very long.
So the day before the tea party, I had somebody come in my chat named Big Long, and then I blocked him on mine, and then the next day he showed up again, and Betty's going through the names, and I didn't notice it came in there again, and Betty said the name out loud, and we all started busting out laughing. I was like, my bad. I didn't see him in there.
You're talking about big, long thing.
Yep.
I could hear Betty saying that too.
Yep. Oh, she just went right down the list. Yep.
Well, did she catch it afterwards?
Once she said it, she started she snickered a little bit after she said it.
Yeah, you finally kicked it. Thank you, Danny.
You didn't see my symbol there, Eddie. I was blessing you.
Oh.
No, it's okay. It's only Sean. Don't worry about it.
Dankeschön.
Bitte.
I'm curious about something. I'm going to see if I can read that QR code on Sean's feed.
Can you?
Nope, I'm not getting the prompt like I was during Ross's.
Yeah, it's because I'm not close enough, maybe,
Yeah.
or big enough.
No, can't get it clear enough.
Yeah.
Can't get it clear enough.
So, Eddie, you almost caused Danny to fall out of bed. Yeah, when you did that sneeze, she got such a fright, she almost fell out of bed.
Oops.
No, I'm not sorry.
I
She
couldn't
was out of
get
bed.
it
She's got to pick up herself and get back in it. She's a troublemaker.
Danny's
a
one of my most amazing moderators.
Yeah,
you telling me she's a troublemaker?
How's
Eddie,
Danny a
roll back in the
troublemaker?
cheese. Alice, give him a whack.
Oh.
I said give him a whack, not a love tap. That's better.
What the
Is that a,
What-
is that
what
a
just
pillow
happened?
or a foot?
I was able to read it, the QR code, but
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it our faces is what the phone tries to pick up instead of the QR code.
Yeah, I couldn't read it with mine, and I got it up on the TV.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm gonna
That'd
see
be
if I
better.
can read it. I'm gonna see
Try
if I
that
can
now.
read it now.
Try
Yep.
that.
Yeah, right now it read it
Should
right
be able
away.
to.
Yep,
Yeah.
read it right away.
I've
It
done
needs
it
to be
off of
bigger.
that before.
And that would still have the Aussie dollars on it.
Oh, well, right.
Yep.
Okay, so the other one's being created, and when I do my next load up, I'll bring it in, so it'll have the US dollars on it.
This is the first time I've seen Meg in a long time.
I know.
Yeah, Meg's been a busy girl.
Yep.
Yeah, she's been partying and she's been having an amazing time. And she's been working, and then she's also been spending time with, and then, yeah, she's been a real busy girl. Yes, Emily, we know it is in Aussie dollars. I'm sorry. We're trying to, I've got to modify the QR code on my screen. I'm not going to modify it now, but the QR code, I've asked Meg to create a QR code in US dollars. So even if you do donate in Aussie dollars, we appreciate it. We will, but we would love to have it in US. So thank you very much. Every dollar counts. Every cent counts.
Yep. Eddie, you're muted.
It's better that way.
Well, that way we couldn't hear him getting beat.
Eddie, I've got this new fork.
Yeah.
For
For you.
My sister brought this back from South Africa for me.
She must love you real good.
You know,
Oh, she
Scott,
does.
you could
Oh.
probably come back in, maybe just not stream. So
Right,
Oh.
Scott.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, follow the same link it'll put you
Yeah,
back
I mean,
on
you
the
could
same
probably
show.
just come back in, but just not stream, and then that way it won't be a problem. It's up to you, though.
Yep.
So,
We miss you, Scott. We miss you.
Oh, come on, Scotty. We need you.
Well, hey, Eddie, I'm going to pop out. I'm going to try to get up early and cut the grass before it gets,
You know,
oppressively.
Feel free to drive to Maryland.
I say, as hot as it is down there, is the grass even growing?
It
Yeah,
is.
It's growing.
It is growing because,
Unfortunately.
like we said, we get 10-minute rains. It's still growing,
Yeah.
all at the same rate.
Sounds like bloody Melbourne weather,
I'll see you guys later. Have
See
a
ya.
good
Hi,
one.
sir.
I might.
Okay, good night.
We'll
Yeah,
see
Betty.
you sometime later. No problemo. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. So. And,
Then there was 6.
I'm not gonna be here too long anyway. Another 20 minutes probably.
What? I
Oh,
thought
now
you
that
were
I
doing
drink
it
coffee?
75 hours.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're
now I
here for
drink
another. 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Yeah, you might have me for another 20 minutes.
What's
Mike
wrong
said
with you guys?
that he drank coffee. He wants to be here a while.
I got
I'm
solid
gonna
bed.
go.
I got a solid bed schedule.
Alice took a nice nap earlier, so she's good.
She don't.
She could stay for a while.
Seriously, I want to know what's wrong with you guys. It's only bloody 2:40 in the afternoon.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
And all you guys want to do is go to bed. I mean,
It's only
seriously.
9:40
It's nap
here.
time. Go take a nap.
Yep.
That's all it is. So, what about this? Thinking of taking a train from Boston to Miami. If we book a Carnival cruise next year, it all depends on how long that the train is.
Right.
You might have to wait like 3 days to get to Miami.
About a couple days.
I mean, me personally, I would never take that long of a train just because you sitting in coach for that long. I mean, just no.
Yep.
Even like
I
auto
was thinking train rides like that would be
taking
faster.
auto train. For auto train to Florida, I would still have to drive to Washington D.C. That's about a 2-hour drive for me. Well, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I just have to drive to Washington D.C., put the car on the train, and then it gets off in Central Florida. But then you're still sitting in coach of from like 4:00 in the evening till like 10:00 the next morning.
Yeah.
So I could never do that. So I'd have to have a sleeper, or I wouldn't be able to do it. So
What's the cost difference?
that's the other thing too. Most of the time, it's cheaper to fly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much cheaper, but
you get there a lot quicker.
Yeah, and you get there a little quicker. So that's why I never do it.
Much cheaper to drive. It's $300 in gas for me to drive to Florida.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It's cheaper to get in an aircraft from Melbourne to Sydney than it is to fly. It's cheaper to fly from Melbourne to Sydney than it is to drive or catch a train.
Well, she doesn't like much. That's another reason.
There's 5 of us, Sean. So you pay airfare for 5 people. Like when I went on Wonder this past April, for 4 of us, it was $2,000. So $2,000 compared to $300. Now it might be an extra day driving.
But then you've got to stop, and then you've got to feed your face, and then you've got to, go to Buc-ee's, and then that all costs money.
You don't know me, Sean.
That's about another $100.
Clocky.
I
know
stopped 3
you
times,
very
and you
well.
have you cannot. You have to eat and everything all in one stop because I don't stop multiple times. And the food stops are like
I know
possible
you
places.
better than you think. You won't even get on a friggin' airplane and come down under for the group cruise. I mean, I know you well enough.
I'm pretty tight. I want to. I really want to.
Yeah. You remind me of the dog sitting on the nail. Right? It's painful but he'll only move when it gets extremely painful. And I'm saying you don't want Australia that bad.
But I'm too old to drive to Florida anymore. I used to drive when I was younger, but I could not handle that drive anymore, Clock.
I'm with you. Doing it once a year, pretty much.
I mean, from my house to Orlando is 960 miles.
It's 800 something for me.
Sydney.
Yeah, couldn't do it. So.
I mean, I don't even want to drive out to LA, and that's only like 8 hours. So, yeah.
Well, if Alice were to stay in New York to finish her, to get until her retirement age, which would be another 6-7 years, I was gonna have to be driving at least 3 times a year to come down here to Georgia to check on the house. Well, I'm glad that
also,
it takes me 3 days to get down here.
Well,
also remember, my job, I normally drive an hour and a half to 2 hours each way to work.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm on the road 3 to 4 hours a day anyway.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I mean, like I drive, right? Like, I mean, hell, my wife and I will drive to Maryland just for a Wawa sub for crying out loud. You know, I mean, like we'll do that all the time. So, you know, I drive like that too, but 960 miles one way is a little excessive.
You know, the thing I look at is, okay, it's fine driving out because you're all pumped up about going. You get off the boat and it's like, oh man, now I got to drive all the way home.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've drove from
That drive
Miami,
home is
got off the
definitely the
ship,
worst.
and drove straight home. 16 hours.
Right.
Now, Clocky, you've done 16-hour drive from Miami all the way home. Yet you won't get on an aircraft going from home all the way to Sydney for a cruise. I mean, seriously. You do it one way and you won't do it.
If it only cost me $300, Sean, I'd be right down there.
Well, you need to get a credit card where you build up airline miles, and you can fly down.
I'm not building up $6,000 in airline miles.
Well, you'll spend it in the gas you're driving to Miami and back. You know. So.
See, Clocky, I'm already one up on you, mate. Actually, I'm two up on you. I've had one flight from here to the US, and I've had another flight from the US back home. Oh. You won't even do one flight. I'm giving you a suggestion. I'm going to have to have both. No, you don't need both. You could come down one way on a cruise ship and go back by air, or you could do it the other way around. I mean, I'm just giving you the options.
Yeah, you could do like Bill did.
Jump on a repositioning.
Yeah, but I asked you if I could stay at your house for a couple months.
And I said to you, I've got the room upstairs. I've got it.
No, you didn't. You said I could sleep out in the doghouse out back.
No, I didn't say you could sleep in the shed. Because I don't have a dog. So I wouldn't put you in the doghouse because I don't have a dog. But I mean, we could figure out a place for you to stay. There's always a place.
Like with the spiders and the snakes.
Shut up, shut up.
Yep.
Shut up.
The big spiders.
Well, that's right. You got those.
And then the size of lobsters.
Yeah.
Yep.
They put tarantulas to shame.
Remember, 8 seconds.
Just think it's food provided. You just have to, okay.
Yeah, eat the spiders.
Carouse. You've been eating some carouse and drinking some Foster.
Australian for beer.
No.
Isn't there a really nasty jellyfish in the water down there too?
Yeah. But it's more Northern Territory.
Sure.
The box jelly.
They be feeding you a lot of Vegemite on crackers for snacks.
No, I wouldn't. I'm nice to Clocky. I wouldn't feed him axle grease. Ilana might, but I won't.
No shrimps on the Barbie.
Plenty of shrimps on the Barbie. You want them?
You know, actually.
Well, maybe I might come down for some shrimps on the Barbie.
Back in the 90s, I worked on a movie with Paul Hogan. So.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Remember Lightning Jack? Did you ever see that?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the movie I worked on. So.
What did you do there?
I was a set dresser, which is kind of like a glorified furniture mover. But,
that's right, yeah.
But actually, in my backyard, I have one of the outhouses from that movie. I use as a tool shed out back. So.
Wow.
Oh, my
God.
gosh.
There you go.
Did it stink?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Oh, it was a prop. It was
yeah,
not...
right. It was a set dressing piece, just sitting there. Sure? Yeah. Well, maybe somebody used it. I don't know.
Call that a knife?
Yeah.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
But actually, he was kind of a nice guy. He's very shy and quiet, but you know.
Do you know what he did before he was an actor?
Yeah, I do know what he did. See if the panel knows what he did beforehand.
I have no idea.
No clue.
I've heard this in another trivia question thing, but I can't remember.
You want me to tell him? Or
you can tell him.
Yeah, he's a bridge painter.
Nice.
Wow.
He
tried out for a show because he didn't think the people on the show were all that funny. So he went in and he said he'd try out to be a comedian. So And the rest is history.
His job was the Sydney Harbour Bridge. They start because of where it is. It sits right on top of the ocean, so there's all the salt air coming in. So what he did was he painted the panel. So they start at the beginning of the year, start painting. By the end of the year, they finish the bridge. Then they've got to go back again and start from the beginning again.
Wow.
That's what he did.
Yeah, I've seen a picture of him up on top of that bridge painting. And,
Saltwater's so nasty. It just tears up everything.
Yep.
It's just salt, not the water.
Well,
but then again, you've actually got to experience going on a cruise ship underneath that bridge.
He's selling it again.
I'm always selling you, mate. You'll come on down when you're ready. When it's bitten you enough that you, oh God, I've got to go. Then you'll come. Now we were on the Sun Princess before it was taken out, and it was docking at a place called White Bay, which is one of the two ports where the cruise ship's sitting in Sydney. And you get on board the cruise ship, and then the ship pulls away from the side, and it starts to sail, and it goes underneath the bridge. I've got some footage of it. I'll put it on one day. And it goes underneath the bridge, and as it goes underneath the bridge, you just look up and you just see this funnel. The funnel could almost touch the bottom of the bridge, and out it goes. It's just the most awesome feeling. Sailing out.
Yeah, I went under the Golden Gate twice, because they come in, then they come back out. And it's just incredible going under, a bridge like that.
Yeah.
I've been to the Golden Gate. I've been to that fort that's right there, kind of underneath it and stuff like that, and toured that and everything. But I've never been like up on the bridge going over it.
No, I've done that too. I've driven over it too. So.
Yeah.
I've driven, walked it, and up by the side up there where the get all the foggy stuff. I've been up there too, taking pictures from up there.
Back in the early 2000s, I came out to San Francisco to go to Macworld at the Moscone Center. So I went for a whole week. I attended a workshop the first 2 days or whatever, and then I just spent the rest of the time there roaming around looking at all the cool new technology and stuff like that or whatever. So, and the taxpayers of Pennsylvania paid for it.
It's always nice to travel on somebody else's dime,
Yeah.
So Clocky, I've got an awesome experience for you, mate, when you come down to Sydney. First things first, catch a train that goes across the bridge. Then walk back across the bridge, because you can. Then get driven backwards and forwards over the bridge, or you can go one way. And then the last thing to do is actually climb over the top of the bridge.
Yeah, what's it cost to climb the bridge?
A bucket load of money.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was pretty expensive to do that.
100 and something.
Yeah. No, I can see
they charge you to climb the bridge?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they take you as part of a group, and then they harness you up.
Wow.
And you climb the bridge.
Oh wow.
And you can actually get to see sunrise and sunset at the top of the bridge, right next to the big flags. What a view. Would I do it? Nah. I mean, let me think about it. Nah.
No.
Oh no, I mean sailing underneath Verrazano is pretty cool.
Sailing under is awesome. Climbing the friggin' thing is another story.
How tall is it?
How tall? Much taller than me.
Yeah.
Thanks for clearing that one up.
Any day.
So I've climbed to the top of the reactors at the power plant, which is like 150 feet, I guess.
The bridge would be close to that.
I mean, this isn't a bridge, but the scariest thing I've ever gone up on is the St. Louis Arch.
Yeah, I went up that too. Very claustrophobic.
Yes.
It's-
And then once you
going
get up
is
there,
bad.
once you get up there, like the whole floor is
Yeah.
like pitched really sharply, and I'm just like, let me out of this place.
And it's not all that friendly to tall people either. So,
Yeah.
you know. I mean, going up was a pain because you were in such a small little elevator. Coming
Right.
down wasn't all that bad because you had
Yeah.
room coming down. So,
Right. Yeah, but I definitely worst thing I ever wouldn't do
yeah,
it
you
again.
you could feel it moving up there. So
Yeah, wouldn't do it again. So can't imagine being in St. Louis again either, or East St. Louis either.
yeah, or the Space Needle. You've been up in that?
Never. I've never. The only place I've been on the West Coast is San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never been anywhere else on the West Coast.
Hey, Eddie, I'm going to take off, guys. Y'all take it easy.
See ya.
Oh, Jeremy, before you go, I've been watching some of your driving videos, and I was wondering, I don't know, maybe you've already done it, but what I was thinking was, why don't you do one like coming in over the bridge and show somebody how to get to the port, you know?
Yeah.
Have you thought of that? Or
Yeah, there will be plenty of driving videos. I have a box that's sitting on my desk right now that will be revealed on the Monday morning live show as to what's in my Temu order.
Right.
So, yeah, tune in.
But I just thought, that would be helpful for people who have never been to Galveston to figure out how to get to the port the easiest way and all that stuff. So,
No, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show them ways to avoid traffic in doing it because there's secrets that you can follow.
Yeah, I know. I learned the hard way coming in there. Made the turn too soon, and then later I found out if I kept on going and then turned, you come in like the back way, and there's no traffic over that way. So.
Absolutely. Alrighty, guys.
Okay.
We'll take
See you
care.
later, Jeremy. Now, Clocky, Sydney Harbour Bridge is 440 feet.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We build them big in Oz. We've even got the big pineapple.
Well,
That's Eddie.
I'll tell you.
You're just trying to bring Eddie down there.
Well, we know that Eddie's coming eventually.
Yep.
Because Alice wants to come.
How tall is that bridge?
440 feet.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Because Verrazano is 693 feet.
Is it really?
Yeah, Verrazano is 693 foot high.
Yeah, the height is 693. Opening November 21st, 1964.
How about the Brooklyn Bridge? How tall is that?
Well, the Brooklyn is my bridge. I own it.
Oh, it's got your
you
name
bought
on
that?
it, does it? Is it called the
Were you the troll that lived underneath of it?
The what?
Were you the troll that lived under the bridge?
Of course.
I just found out
272
tonight
feet.
I just found out that Eddie's real name is Tony Montana.
Don't worry, Danny. I'll keep a nice, good eye
Antonio
on that Eddie
El
Lugo.
Montana from Miami.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Verrazano is that tall. I didn't realize it was that
I
tall.
mean, it is amazingly up there.
I mean, I guess that's why they can get an Oasis class in there, right?
Yep.
All right, I got to do this. I've had enough of this merriment. Can't get Clocky to come down under yet. Can't get Eddie to come down under yet. So I'm going to call it quits. I've had enough. I just can't. I can't do this anymore.
Oh, cry me a river.
You want a river? Yara.
Before the pandemic, we'd actually booked an Australian cruise, and
well, Randy, come on down.
Well, we still talk about it, but
don't talk, just do.
Damn it,
I'll
do
bring
it.
it up again.
Celebrity Edge.
Come on, do it.
Where all's it going to?
It's going to so it's leaving Sydney. It's going to the South Pacific. So it's including Noumea, Vanuatu, and Fiji. So we're going to Suva, Lutoka, New Caledonia, and a couple of islands in Vanuatu.
Okay, so like, what about the Great Barrier Reef?
We don't touch the Great Barrier Reef. We go past it.
Well, that's what I wanted. Could you still see it or not?
Yeah, if you head down towards Brizzy.
Yeah.
If
you don't want to spend. Look, I'll be honest with you, Randy. Don't spend 5 minutes here. Come for a decent amount of time.
Oh yeah, I know. I understand. I mean, I realize that Australia is like the size of the United States. You don't see it in 2 days. So.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what you can do is come on down, say early December. You jump on a cruise out of Brisbane. You go to say the Barrier Reef. Mm-hmm. Then you get off that cruise, come on down to Sydney, watch the fireworks. Join us on the group cruise, 2nd of January, out of Sydney to South Pacific, and then you can head home.
So we could bunk with Clock and his family, and upstairs there.
Clocky wouldn't mind. Although he's a sook, I know he won't come. Doesn't like my aftershave.
You do smell kind of weird.
Say again?
You do smell kind of weird.
That's why Ilana doesn't sleep with me. Yeah, okay. All right, guys, I got to call it quits.
All right.
Okay, man.
Well, it's nice talking with you.
Catch you later.
Take care.
See you, man.
So how long you guys plan on going
clock
here
is
tonight?
fading fast.
Yeah, look
I've
at
been
Clock.
watching those eyes. Like I almost said something to Jeremy. I almost said to Jeremy, I think Jeremy's got Clock beat tonight because Jeremy's eyes are really getting heavy. So
I'm tired, but I'm not as tired as I normally am.
Yeah.
Really? You look like you're more out than anything.
I can definitely tell the air is moving in your house now, though, because that curtain behind you is really whipping around.
Well, that's just this portico. Like I said,
okay.
I still don't have regular AC in here.
Oh, really?
No. This is a total another unit that I need to fucking redo.
You need to what?
I need to get another unit.
Yeah, he did say.
So, 6,000. What? What did I say? A cuss word?
Yeah.
Well, it's 1 o'clock where he is, so there you go.
Yeah, we're after dark, so that's fine.
Yeah. Yep. You can say whale pumping now.
Only
right?
10 people on the chat, so.
Oops.
and I
Maybe
think
I am tighter than I thought I was.
I mean, it just slipped right on out. You could tell.
That's a normal reaction for me.
Yeah, but
So
as
I
you
already-
were saying,
I already spent $6,175 on that one. So now I need to. This here might not be as bad because this one's only a couple years old. So what happened was the guy who did it didn't install it right. So the guy that installed this one said he's going to come back and try to remove the coil on this one because it's something clogged in it. He said it should be under warranty still. So I'll just have to put out the money to get a new coil, put it in, and then the manufacturer would give me the refund for the coil. I just have to pay for labor.
yeah. So we had our central unit replaced in it was like the whole thing, the central unit and the furnace, because we have like gas. We have all gas house, so the furnace and the central, the whole unit we had replaced in June of 21, and it's a Lennox system, and it cost us just under 11 grand. So yeah,
Lennox and gas.
Pricey.
Lennox is a good brand. Gas makes it even more expensive because
it
normally costs a lot less.
The one here's the one thing I don't like though, right? the guy came here. He sold us on the central air side of it. He sold us on this 2-stage central air system, right? So he's like, so when the house has been cooled down, the second stage kicks in. It doesn't run as much, or it doesn't run as hard or as heavy. Doesn't kick the compressor in. So therefore, it's just enough to like keep the house at that temperature, right? But it's way more energy efficient, uses way less energy to do that. But here's the problem. In order to get the compressor to kick in order to cool the house down, you have to turn the damn thing down to like 62 degrees, or it won't. It'll just go into stage 2 right away. And then, and it's not enough to cool the house down. It's enough to keep the house cool, but it's not enough to cool it down. So you just have to crank it all the way down until you hear the compressor kick on. That's probably the only thing I don't like. And I actually saw some people who said that they went ahead and bought that. And in the end, they had to spend even more money having that company come back and put something into the system to basically convert it back into a 1-stage system. So not only did they pay extra for a 2-stage system, but then they had to pay even more to get the 2-stage turned back into a 1 because they couldn't take that, but then of course it's running full blast all the time then, right? Rather than just lighter. But yeah, so, and then of course they told us, buy a Lennox because it's the best. It'll last forever. So then we bought that. So like I said, it cost us just under 11 grand. But today, with today's prices, it probably costs us, 19 grand. But I mean, we've been okay with it. But I don't necessarily think it's any more or less efficient than the old one.
So where do you keep your temperature at?
Well, so here's the thing. So when the wife is, like when it's up to the wife, we keep it at about 74.
Mm-hmm.
When it's up to me, we keep it at about 84.
Oh, really? Wow.
I cannot tolerate the cold.
Wow.
I can mow the grass when it's 95 degrees outside and the sun is blasting and not break a sweat. But when it's, like 71 degrees out or whatever, I'm putting on jeans and a hoodie. I cannot deal. I just, the way I'm wired, I just can't deal with it. So when we're sitting here in the evening watching television or whatever, and the air is running full blast, I'm sitting over here on the sofa with a blanket on. So that's how it usually works. Now, our house was one of the last houses built with the old ducting system, which was basically like, like the 2 L's that they put together.
Right.
It's like that rectangle galvanized ducting, which is not efficient.
Right.
And it loses its through way. So the way they fix that is they change the dampers. But the guy I bought the house from, the house isn't that old. Like my house is less than 20 years old. But he finished the basement, and when he finished the basement, he drywalled the ceiling and he drywalled over the damn dampers.
Mm.
So we couldn't do that. So now all of so when the heat runs in the winter, this is what we don't understand either. When the heat runs in the winter, the upstairs gets plenty warm. Like it's not a problem. But we cannot cool the upstairs rooms down with the air conditioning, not even the new one.
Right.
So we have window units in the bedrooms on the second floor, but I'm actually thinking about putting in mini splits. So and I think it's a shame when we spend $11,000 on a brand new central air unit and it cools the rest of the house, but it won't cool the bedrooms. It'll cool the bedrooms down, but not comfortable enough to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, so I was thinking about just putting the mini split systems in and just calling it a day because those will be way better than the window units we've been running in the summer.
Do you have like ceiling fans or anything?
Yeah, we have ceiling fans too. Yeah. But it just won't. It just because it's losing all that air along the way, and the way we'd get greater pressure in there is if we could change the damper settings, but we can't because they've been drywalled in, and I don't want to rip the ceiling out for that. So we just decided to leave it alone. The next thing is a roof, and then as soon as we get the roof done, we're putting solar in.
Ooh.
Yeah, solar's great.
The only reason why absolute only reason why we don't have solar right now is because we would only have to take it back off for the new roof.
Right.
So we're going to put the new roof in soon and then do solar.
See, that's what we did when we put the solar. Is we had the roof all redone before we put the solar.
Yeah. Yeah. So what we would like to do is put a ground-based solar system in, but unfortunately, we would not get enough we would not be able to take advantage of enough sunlight on the ground.
Right.
But on our roof, we would have plenty. We'd get more than enough.
Yeah.
So, but that's what we do next. We're putting the new roof in, then we're putting solar on it. And of course, we'll put the power wall and all that kind of stuff in,
Right.
So that we can be completely, self-sufficient if we need to be. So.
Yeah, it's funny because back when, just before we put the solar in, I was under the impression that, I got solar, there's a storm, the electric goes out. Hey, too bad, I got solar. No. You don't have power either when the storm comes through. But you should have, right? Because you'll have
if we have the power, we have the power wall. We will.
Right.
We'll have because the power wall will kick in and power all of the essentials and stuff like that. But yeah. So we're definitely putting that in because otherwise I think it's great to have solar, but I think with the earlier solar systems didn't have an option like that.
Right.
So you were kind of stuck, but now they do. So it's kind of a no brainer. If you're going to have that, put it in so that you can at least keep going. But, and our electric got crazy expensive too. Like we used to pay 10 cents a kilowatt, but now I think we're paying something like 30.
Right. Yeah, well, see, ours goes nuts in the summertime. We were looking at like $300 electric bills,
right,
or more sometimes.
Right.
And what we did when we bought the solar, that money, the difference, we're paying against the solar to pay off the solar instead of giving it to the electric company.
Right.
So that's how we're paying.
Yeah, I think we did our calculation. I think our break even is 6.5 years.
Yeah.
So that's probably worth it.
Right. Yeah,
so we're definitely doing it. Like I said, we just need to get the new roof put on. So.
Yeah. So. And Mike Clark, I owe you an apology for earlier today. I was kind of snarky about the solar. So you were talking about 8 years ago, And,
I just didn't like the company that was doing it either because it's one of those companies that are like fly by the night companies that are coming around, and I don't want them working on my house, and I knew I was going to need a roof, so I'm not going to put this up on my roof, and then them charge me to take the damn things back off, and everything else. So I was like,
it's expensive too. They charge a couple of $1,000s to take those things back off for the roof. Yeah.
So I figured I'll wait a little while. Once I get my roof done, and it gives a little bit more time for the solar panels to get more efficient, I guess you'd say.
Right.
And then and I didn't know how long I was going to stay in this house or anything like that.
That's the other thing too.
When I bought this house, I didn't plan on staying here.
Yeah. I asked a realtor friend of mine, because a friend of mine sold his house. He moved up to Phoenix. He had solar. And I asked this realtor friend of mine, I said, does solar sell houses? And he says, I've never had anybody say I want a house and it's got to have solar on it.
No.
So.
I've looked at several of them, and people were kind of iffy on it because, one, if it's under a contract, depending upon what their contract was, you have to pay that.
Exactly.
So you're assuming that contract on the solar.
Well, we're doing solar for two reasons. One, I think electricity is finally getting expensive enough that solar makes sense.
Right.
and I like the green aspect of it.
Yeah, I agree. And I like the idea, like ours will be paid off in a couple of years. So that's like basically an additional $300 in our pocket, every month. So,
yeah.
And then we can spend that on cruising. So.
Yeah.
Was yours right around 30 grand or whatever?
Yeah,
for
something
the
like
panels
that. And then there was like, government kickbacks and all that stuff.
I think it's close to.
I
think
didn't
it's
have
close
that then either.
$10,000 in government, like between the federal government and Pennsylvania subsidies. I think it's close to $10,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
The only thing that I have been hearing though is a lot of the power companies, they used to always say, "Oh, you can sell power back to the back to the grid and make money." But I've been hearing a lot of the power companies don't want to buy the power from you.
Yeah. Well, here actually, the electric companies put in their own solar panels and stuff. They got farms.
Right.
So they're kind of. At first, they didn't want to accept it. Now it's kind of like they've changed their mind. They realize they've got to accept this. So.
Yeah.
Yes, just the way it bounces, I've been hearing about a lot of stuff down here, the state of Georgia, giving away solar panels and stuff. But I don't know. There might be a catch to it, so I don't even want to bother with that.
I mean, like Clock said, there are a lot of fly-by-night companies.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of legit companies. So you just really have to do your due diligence and find the right company to do it. The other thing, too, that I was seeing for a while, I don't know if I'm seeing too many of these anymore, but there were some companies back like a year or two ago, maybe before the pandemic, where you didn't pay anything.
Right.
They came to your house, installed the system and everything else, and then the energy that system generated, you paid them for it.
Right. Yeah.
I said, I'll be damned if I'm letting them use my house to charge me for solar.
That's how these people were.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not doing that.
That's almost like, saying, yeah, you can paint your advertisement on the side of my car and I'll drive around there.
Exactly. I was like, I'm buying my own system, whatever it costs, pay it off, whatever. Mm-hmm. It's going to be mine. I'm not having somebody stick stuff on my house, on my roof, drilled into my, into the structure of my house. And then I don't even own it. And I got to buy energy from you. And then you get to just decide whatever you're going to charge me for that energy.
No.
Sorry.
A few years ago, my son-in-law's brother, he got solar. Actually, he got it before I did or before my son-in-law and my daughter got theirs. Mm-hmm. And he was leasing it. And the company went out of business. They never ended up, the bill was just disappeared. He never had to pay the balance on it. It's like, oh, that's the company I need.
That'd be the good one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, for sure.
See, Solar City may have been the one because Solar City got sued because they were harassing the hell out of people.
Well, see, that's who installed ours, and then Tesla took that over here. And then the next thing we knew, they were no longer in Tucson. They were up in Phoenix, but they weren't in Tucson. So
okay, Solar City had a big time what's it called when everybody goes into it type lawsuit.
Yeah,
class action. Yeah,
class action
because they were calling the hell. I mean, they were bugging the shit out of people.
Yeah,
just constantly calling them.
Like I've filled out a couple of things just out of curiosity and stuff like that, and I usually get some emails about it, but I never give them my real phone. I never give them my real phone number, and I always give them my spam email address. So I get some spam emails and stuff, and they're like, "Hey, we're trying to call you. We're trying to reach you." I'm thinking, "Yeah, all right."
Trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
What's that?
Trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. So, but like they'll do the satellite. They'll use Google Maps and look at your roof, And then they'll send you this like mocked up image. It has all the panels on your roof and stuff, and tell you how much it's going to cost and how much you can make from it. And I'm just like, I know that I want a system that's big enough that I don't want to be left not having enough power from it at some point, right? Like if I'm generating more power than I need, I'm fine with that. But that's what I want. The question will be is, will I have enough space on my roof for enough panels to be able to do that? Don't really know, because I don't know enough about it to that degree, so at some point I will have to have somebody out here, pestering me to sign on the dotted line before they leave. But we're definitely doing it. I mean, we're absolutely positively sure about it. We're sold on it. We just have to wait and see what we're going to do about the roof. We don't know if we're just going to keep pushing the roof and see if pricing is going to stabilize here in a little bit or whatever, or if it's still just
it has come down some.
Yeah,
but just not.
It's still crazy. I mean, like I said, nobody knew that prices were going to happen, go, and nobody knew there was going to be a pandemic and all that kind of stuff. But, we really should have probably got it done before that. But, now, what are you going to do? So,
yeah. I'm in the same boat, but I mean, I've already had it to where the insurance paid for it. I just got the money sitting in the bank right now. I just haven't had it done because the damn AC went out and everything else. And there's no holes in my roof or anything like that.
Right.
It's just a matter of it's to the point to where I need to replace it.
Yep.
So I was like, well, let me take care of the AC first because that's more of a thing right this second.
Right. Yeah, I had one little minor leak in one of the back bedrooms 2 years ago called I don't know, some independent guy, Ryan's Roofing or something like that or whatever, right? And he came out, ran up on the roof, said, okay, it's these two shingles and it's that rubber boot around one of the vent pipes.
That's the biggest thing that happens is so that rubber boot that slides down on the pipe, they heat up and dry rot.
Right.
So I've had to replace those just to keep where I was at before.
Yeah.
I would just drop the new one on and then I was fine because it was just leaking right there.
Yeah, so he was like, do you care if it was on the back of the house. He was like, do you care if the shingles don't match? I said, no. Because we knew we were getting a new one at some point, soon. So I was like, no. Yeah. So he just ran up. I think it cost me $125 for him to go up there and put I don't know, a couple of shingles on and a new boot. Yeah. So I'm like, deal. But otherwise, I haven't had any roofs or any leaks or even thinking I'm going to have leaks or anything like that. But that roof is definitely, it's definitely at the end of its life for sure.
We got a new roof here too. When was it? 2021. Yeah. Oh.
Did you get new windows too?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
how much was your roof, Eddie?
Too much. Alice says too much. 29,000.
Well, combo of the windows then.
Yeah, windows and roof. Plus to what? 50. Well, 29. Yeah, about 29K for 11 brand new 11 windows was it? Or 18.
Wow.
17 windows and a completely brand new roof.
Gotcha. So I don't know if you ever heard of
in the gutters too.
You ever heard of a window company called Anderson?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're always they're on TV every 5 minutes telling everybody how amazing their windows are.
And how much money you can save right now.
Yes. And their windows are the most amazing windows. They're the best windows. They're built better than anybody else's windows. They're amazing. They're the Jesus of windows, right?
Jesus.
So my house was built with Anderson windows. So occasionally an Anderson person will come and knock on the door and they will say, we noticed that you have our first generation windows. And I'm like, yep. And they're like, so we'd like to introduce you to our third generation windows or something like that. And I tell them every single time, listen, my windows are perfect and amazing, a testament to the quality of your product. So if your product ever isn't the best window, like the TV keeps telling me every 5 minutes that it is, I'll give you a call back for the you know, I don't know, the whatever the generation is at that time or whatever. And they're like, but and I was like, slam. You know, like, don't tell me on TV every 5 minutes that these are the best windows in the world, and then come knock on my door saying, but you need our next generation ones. You know, it's like, which one is it? Are they the best ones in the world, or do I need to replace them like I got them at Home Depot? You know, like which one is it? So, but yeah, so I don't have any problems with our windows. Our windows are great, and our house is super efficient. It does not have any drafts. It does not, you know, lose any air from anywhere. So I don't have any complaints about it.
Well,
I got an hours update if y'all are interested.
Oh, what is it?
3970.
Oh, by Sunday you are 4K, sir.
Wow.
Yes, by Sunday you're gonna be 4K. Remember,
And
whatever
hopefully
hours
you'll get accepted as fast as Eddie did too, because Eddie got in fast.
Yeah. Day and a half.
Well, I think it's going to be easier for me because I've already done the other one.
What's the other one?
The 3,000 hour.
The 3,001.
Because you still have to go through a process for that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I had to get accepted in for that.
Well, like I said, for mine, I did it where I did this screenshot and I sent them feedback, and I just said, you know, is there any way I can assist you in evaluating my channel, blah, blah, blah. But I was in South Carolina getting ready to get on Sunshine, and I was at my hotel. So I did all that, and then I closed, literally, as soon as I was finished with that, I closed my laptop down, left, got in the Uber, went over, got on Carnival Sunshine. We sailed out. Next morning, I got up. Got a cup of coffee, went out to Guy's Burgers and sat down at a table and turned my phone on and connected to the internet. And there was my email that said, congratulations, you've been accepted into the YouTube partner program. So it was that fast for me.
Yeah.
That was back, you know, 2020, I think.
You should clock. Wait till Sunday night at 7. You do your live on 7 on Sunday.
I'm not doing a live this Sunday.
Okay. Well,
So,
check
we're going to see Penn and Teller.
Oh, okay.
So do they send you like certificate or anything saying congratulations? You mean,
No, you just get an email.
That's only when you get the, what is it, the 100,000?
100,000.
Yeah, so when you get 100,000, you get a silver play button. I think when you get 500,000, you get the gold play button.
I have a spot right here on the wall for the my play
silver
button.
play button. Yeah,
I got a couple one coming. So
you got a paper one coming.
Oh, that one.
I bought one from Temu. And
yeah, that's right. Yeah. You know, we should make some fake ones.
Oh my gosh, that'd be hilarious.
It's
got to be really, really crappy fake ones too. Like a 6-year-old drew it.
Put them in a distance, you know, so you could tell what it is, but you can't really see it, you know, up to the details and stuff. Hey, we'll wait to pick up subscribers. They go, oh, wait a minute, they're over 100,000, even though it doesn't say it on your. Say, that's for a different channel.
That was my original channel.
That's right. I'm working on a second one, so help me out.
Okay, so not to be like a, you know, not to be like a bummer or mood killer or anything like that, but I saw this headline this evening that said, "Don't look now, but COVID's back."
Oh, really?
Oh.
But I mean,
Like
technically, did it ever really leave? I mean, it's
No. Half the people on our cruise had it the last time.
But I'm just saying, like, I saw that. So that's either
Right.
going to be one of two things. Either that's going to be the only one I see now, right? And that's just it. Okay. Or it's the beginning of the lead up to the fall where, you know, they're going to tell us, go get your booster. Be careful, fall's coming. Because I did see this other one too that said it was going to be a triple. This fall was going to be a triple whammy. It was going to be COVID, flu, and RSV, all three of them.
RSV.
Yeah.
Well, they were talking about combining like COVID and the flu shot together.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever got that to work.
And where does this RSV come from? I never heard.
RSV has existed for a long time. So my son is 23 years old.
It's only in Pennsylvania.
Well,
right around Hershey.
What it was most of the time it was like preemies and really like infants, right? Like newborn babies and stuff like that. So my son's 23 now, and he had it when he was like 4 months old. Or something like that, and he was actually in Children's Hospital for he had some breathing treatments and stuff like that, but he wasn't near death or anything like that, but it was kind of scary. It was kind of scary as a parent
but I mean, was it like, did he have a hard time catching his breath? Or
so he couldn't breathe. So he couldn't breathe, right? So he couldn't breathe, and they had to give him. He was really congested and stuff like that. So and his color had changed a little bit and stuff like that because he wasn't getting enough oxygen. But again, it was something that babies, really small babies,
so they basically outgrow it then. Is that what it is?
Well, I mean, it's like anything. It's a virus. You get it. Your body adapts to it, finds an antibody for it, kills it, and then you're good.
Right.
But for whatever reason, now there's this strain of it that adults are getting. But it's the first time ever in history that adults are getting RSV. So, but yeah, so like I said, my son had it when he was 4 months old, but a long time ago at this point. So yeah, so now they're saying that that's going to be the triple whammy about it or whatever. I mean,
well, is that something that could come back to him or not, or
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just depends. I mean, like everybody's immunity wanes over time to everything, right? So I guess it's possible, but I mean, we're living our lives at this point. I mean, literally, he just slipped in the house here about, 30 minutes ago. He and his friends went to the theaters to see Oppenheimer or something like that or whatever, right? But, so that's probably like the first movie he's gone to since the shutdown, like since COVID, right? But at this point, we're all just moving on. We haven't been wearing masks when we went into stores and stuff for a while now and stuff, and we're just going places, doing things, and living life.
What about when you fly? Do you wear a mask when you fly?
I had been, but I haven't flown since March.
Yeah.
So,
because I probably will wear one, this week when I go to Florida.
I mean, listen, there's still going to be I think there's still a time and a place for some of that stuff, right?
Right.
You just have to make decisions on yourself. It's not, I get really upset when people come at me and say, "Oh, you're like like, oh, you're afraid and stuff like that." It's not I'm afraid. It's common sense, man. It's like, if you're going to get burnt by sticking your hand on, into a flame, then don't stick your hand in a flame. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you're in this really tight, contained space and you yourself think, I would just personally like to protect myself from possibly catching something that somebody is sneezing out or coughing out or whatever, and you want to wear a mask because of it, then fine, wear a mask.
Yeah.
I'm not going to begrudge anybody for doing it or not doing it, right?
And it's not just COVID, like you're saying. They could have the cold, they could have a flu or something.
Exactly.
And,
right.
I don't want to get sick for those 2 weeks.
That's what I say to people all the time. I mean, a lot of people have a really bad attitude about it. They're like, "Oh, you're just like, fear mongering and stuff." I'm like, I'm not fear mongering. I'm not afraid of COVID, for crying out loud. Hell, I got COVID on a cruise ship and went back on another cruise ship 3 months later. Like I'm not afraid of COVID, but as sure as hell don't want it. If I can prevent it, if I can stop myself from getting it or whatever, so it's like, if I'm in an environment like that, I'm not afraid of a cold either, but do I want to be sick with a cold? No, I don't. So if I'm in a situation where I think people might be, hacking and coughing and spewing out virus, I'm going to, avoid it probably. But if I can't avoid it, I'm going to put a mask on. And if I put that mask on, it's the way I see it, it's a 50-50. Either the mask doesn't work her, and you know what I mean. But I'm just gonna give her a shot and see what happens. So that's
So
just how
I've had COVID 4 times.
Yeah,
and I mean I don't.
Right.
I don't wear the mask. It's just.
But see, then I think about people like you, right, who's had it 4 times, right, and I think to myself, if getting it and then developing an immunity to it, by getting it and getting over it, is really, like a cure or a treatment, then how would you end up getting it 3 more times? You know what I mean?
Different strains. Because
okay,
so look at it this way. So before my adventure cruise, my wife got COVID. I stayed with her. We laid in the bed right here.
Right.
Like I was laid off that whole time, and we never left the room together.
Right.
Because I wanted to. We were supposed to get on the cruise, and she tested positive, so we couldn't go on that cruise. So I said, okay, I'm going to stay with you because in 2 more weeks, that same cruise is going out, and we're going to go on that next cruise because we're both be cleared.
Right.
And I want to get sick so that it's done and over with. Well, a couple days later, I get a little cough or whatever like that. I'm like, okay, this is pretty much how it was the other couple times that I had COVID. I probably have it. No big deal. We get on the cruise ship. Everything was fine. 9-day cruise. I get off the cruise ship. The very next day, I got COVID. And I'm guessing I got it from when we disembarked, everybody together in the cruise port leaving. So I didn't get whatever strain she had, but I got something that was on that ship because at that point it had been 23 days or something. So it couldn't have been from her. It had to have been from something else later on down the road.
Right.
Come to this cruise right here. My son, his best friend goes with us. He drove in the car with us the whole way up there, the whole way back, 4.5 hours each way.
Yeah.
He hung around with my son the entire time. He hung around with us the entire time.
Right. Yeah.
None of us got it, but he got it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like we were on an 11-day cruise. Got off the cruise, drove from Bayonne down to Philadelphia because my wife wanted something from IKEA. And the only IKEA that had it was the one down in the city. So they didn't have it out in Conshohocken or Baltimore or whatever. So I said, fine, we'll just drive there straight from the ship, pick it up, and then just head home from there, right? Fine, did it, came home. The next day, she spends Sundays with her mom, right? Next day, got up, she went to her mom, spent the day there with her mom and stuff, came home. That when she came home, she said, my throat is sore. And then the next day, which would have been Monday, she said, okay, I'm sicker today, so now I'm going to test. So we had some tests. So she got a test and tested, and it was positive, right? But I didn't test positive until 2 days later after that. So until Wednesday. So then after that, then our kids got it, right? So clearly they picked it up from us. And I think we picked it up at the end of the cruise at some point because we were getting back north. So everybody was spending more time inside because it was getting colder again because we were getting back up north and stuff. So the ocean was getting rough and stuff like that. So we spent more time in like the solarium and stuff like that. So I think people were in closer proximity, but it happened. I'm just saying, like, I don't think the news is going to hit it like they hit it during the pandemic, but I think we're going to start seeing more of it now, more articles about it and stuff like that, that it's coming back or whatever. So, but I did see that article. It said it was going to be a triple whammy there because now we had 3 viruses. They expect 3 viruses to be very prevalent this entire coming winter: COVID, RSV, and the flu. So,
gotcha.
But I always get a flu shot every year.
Yep, I do too.
I've had, because I'm on an immunosuppressive drug, I have had 6 COVID doses of the Moderna vaccine. So, yeah, so I've had 6 doses of that, you know, and I get a flu shot every year. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to get a 7th booster. You know what I mean? Like another booster, right? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm debating the same thing. I've already had 3, and we're supposedly going to Europe in October. And my wife's saying, well, we need to get it before. And I'm like, I don't know. You know, I'm sick of shots. But,
right.
You know, I'm sure I probably will. So, you know.
Yeah, and like, I mean, like when we all got it, we got that Paxlovid, which is supposed to cut it.
Right.
And it did cut it for everybody, but one of the problems with Paxlovid is you can rebound from it and get it again.
Yeah.
And everybody in the house got Paxlovid and got over it within like a week. And I had Paxlovid and I rebounded from Paxlovid. So I was still testing positive 4 weeks after I had initially test positive, which you can still test positive even after you feel better. But I wasn't feeling better either. So I was still feeling very sick and testing positive 4 weeks after I initially tested positive. So
yeah, originally they came out, they said that you could test positive for up to 90 days or something like that.
Yes. Most people who are in that situation feel better, but they're still just testing positive, but they feel fine. But I did not feel fine. I still felt very sick and I was testing positive. So
see, the one company I was with, they didn't know what the hell to do. They didn't want to get in trouble for anything, so they were on like the like very strict rules. So when you went out with it, they're like, "Oh well, you can't go back to work till you test negative." I'm like, "It could be 90 days. There's no way in hell." And they weren't going to pay for you to stay home.
Right. Yep. But yeah, I'm just saying I expect to see it. I don't think we're gonna have to have tests for cruises anymore. I don't think we're gonna have to do any of that kind of stuff anymore. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but I think they are gonna I think people are gonna react to it negatively because people don't want to hear about it anymore. People just want to move on, if I'm in a situation, when I have to fly to Florida in October, I am likely to wear a mask on a plane simply because I'm going to be flying to Florida, getting on a 3-day, spending the night, getting on a 3-day cruise, getting off that 3-day cruise, then going and spending a week in Orlando, and then getting on another 7-day cruise, right? And whether it's COVID, a cold, flu, whatever, I don't want to be sick.
Right. That's my feeling too.
I want to cruise and have a good time, and I don't want to feel like crap, right? So,
what about when you fly to Florida to go on this Utopia of the Seas group cruise right here?
I don't know about that, man. Because here's my problem with that. That price is crazy for a 3-day cruise. Crazy.
I just don't like where it's going.
It's still cheaper than what I paid for Icon, but
yes. But it is still crazy for 3 days. So I don't know how. I'm gonna have to really get a good deal to get on that for 3 days. But look, I'm on not Maravilla, what am I on? Seaside. So I'm on Seaside for 3 days. In October, I think it's Seaside or Seaview or whatever, right? I'm in an interior cabin on that or whatever, but it's only 3 days. I got that cruise for like $128. You know what I mean? Like, of course I'm going to be on that. And it's not a travel agent rate or anything like that. It's just like, hey, this is what it costs to be on.
I need to figure out where these travel agent rates are.
Now, I have not seen any travel agent rates on MSC in quite a few months, but basically when you log into MSC Book and you would go in and put all, to get a listing of cruises, the rate, the boxes at the top would show the different rate options. One of them would say TA.
Okay, see, I book everything through its own through Cruise Brothers booking. They have their own booking engine.
Oh. Well, you need
So-
to register for all these individual booking engines if you can, and get in that way.
I mean, I can go like through Royal. I'm done all the training on Royal,
Right.
and I can go through theirs. It just
Right.
Cruise Brothers tells you to use their booking engine for the simple fact that if you do that, then you don't have to re-enter. You don't have to enter in your sale.
Right.
So it's automatically done, and
Right.
you don't have to worry about not getting your commission.
Yeah, but in order to be able to get access to all this TA stuff, you're going to need to be in the actual individual cruise line travel agent portals. So
Okay.
you're going to need to register for MSC Book, which is what it's called, mscbook.com. That's the travel agent portal website for, that's the travel agent portal website. So you go there, log in, pick how many people, pick when you're going, where you're going, sets it all up, hit search and let the thing come up. And then when the list comes up, you would see at the top the different rate options, like just the standard rate or the drinks and Wi-Fi rate or the drinks, Wi-Fi and onboard credit rate or the brochure rate, or, all those rates will come up. And if there's a TA rate on a particular cruise, it'll say TA, or it'll say, so MSC has a couple of different TA ones. They have one that just says TA. They have another one that says TA taxes and fees only. So that basically you can, as a TA, you can get on that cruise just for paying the taxes and fees.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Then they have another one that's called TA Get On Board. And the TA Get On Board includes drinks and Wi-Fi. And it's a TA rate and stuff. So, but not every sailing has a TA rate. So it just depends. You have to get in, and I get in regularly and just look just to see if there's a TA rate on something. But with Royal, you have to look at the spreadsheet under One Stop Files, and if there is a cruise on the spreadsheet that you want to do, then you have to submit that form to them, and you have to provide with them a previous RC booking that you handled, so that it kind of like proves to them that you deserve the TA rate because you're selling their cruises.
Okay.
And Carnival,
Carnival,
you just check the interline box when you do your search, and it'll give you an interline rate. But the interline rate is hardly ever that much cheaper. Like on average, the interline rate is like $20 or $30 less. And for $20 or $30, it's not worth it for me. So because it's a hassle to do it, because you gotta jump through a bunch of hoops for it. So I never end up doing it. So.
While we're back on the cruise topic, you see that they're thinking Royal's going to go back to doing their upgrades next year. You think they're going to go back to renovations?
I mean, I hope so, and I hope the first thing they renovate is Allure.
Well, they need to do that. They need to do that Liberty was terrible.
Yeah, Liberty and Independence are both, I think, not so great. But I think they need to do Allure. I mean, Allure's the only Oasis class ship that hasn't been amped.
Yeah,
so
I'm sure they'll hit that one first, only because it holds so many passengers, and they know they can make the money off that ship.
Right.
Because they already said that the Oasis class ships, they can actually make money on them with only 50% capacity.
Gotcha. Well, and they have so many of those, that's how they can afford to just decide to, in my opinion, waste one on dedicated 3 and 4 day Bahamas runs. I think it's a total waste of Utopia to do that, but they have so many other ones now. They're just like, okay, we can spare, one to do that.
I wish they would have just did it like 347, 347, 347, or something like that, just to try to change it up a little bit,
right?
Or make it easy like MSC does, to where you can do a 14-day cruise on the damn thing and not even have to worry. You can book it all in the same sailing, or a 7-day cruise right in the same sailing.
Right. And I mean, I'm sure at some point they'll probably do that, but and at some point I will. Like my wife and I haven't been on Symphony, right?
So you're gonna get that pretty soon.
And we're always thinking like, how can we? We're always thinking about options to get on Symphony, but now, Oasis has been coming to Bayonne.
Yeah, it's coming. Symphony's coming.
And now Symphony is going to replace it in summer of 24. So, although that wouldn't be our favorite cruise or something we'd be chomping at the bit to do, we're totally doing it just so that we can get on Symphony and not have to fly for it.
Yep.
So
I'm trying to do a group cruise for my niece on that, and on the June 14th sailing.
Gotcha.
And they're already out of group spaces.
Right. I mean,
So.
Well, talking about a cruise here, and running out of cruise spaces and stuff. Ouch. That's another.
I talked to my sister about the all-inclusive.
Yeah.
And I did get in there and actually figured out how to use it and got it all taken care of. One on Vax, and I looked through Jet Setter or whatever the hell it is.
JetBlue or FunJet.
FunJet, yeah.
FunJet.
And looked at a couple different ones.
Yeah.
And so I did actually get her a price that was cheaper than all the other places that she found.
Awesome.
Now I do need to I told her I was going to go ahead and contact the place just to see if, because I want to know exactly what's included in the all-inclusive.
Everything.
Because, well, if you look in the things, if you click on everything, they all have a little asterisk saying could be an upcharge, could be an upcharge, could be an upcharge, could be an upcharge.
Yeah, but
so I don't know if that's something just throwing it in there just in case.
It's less of an upcharge than a cruise line, like a cruise is. Like cruises has lots of upcharging on stuff, right? All inclusive, way less. If there is an upcharge, it would be because you wanted like top shelf alcohol or, or some other minor little thing. But an all inclusive versus like a cruise there's way less kind of sneaky stuff like there would be on a cruise.
So they're looking at the Punta Cana autograph.
Nice.
And it's the Punta Cana autograph. There's like 5 different ones.
Yes, there's always even like the Ryu resorts. There's always like 5 or 6 of them or whatever, and there's always one that's a palace. So the palace level gets you access to, it's the nicest one of them all. It's usually the biggest and nicest one of them all. And it gets you access to all the other ones that are either right next door or very close by. But if you're at one of the other ones, you can't get into the palace. So it's kind of like it flows down. So, but Ryu is always like that. Iberostar is always like that. Seekers and Dreams, they always build a whole bunch of them in the same locations. So, and they're all going to be varying levels of of niceness, for lack of a better way of putting it. But even the lowest one is still like top shelf, like even 4-star, 5-star, really nice, with tons of amenities, a really great experience.
Yeah. They were told that they could use the water park from the Splash one go into that one. So that was their main thing, is that they wanted a water park area, which it has a water park area at the one place. So, which I didn't think it was too bad of a price. I think with the only add-on I think it had was and I can ask you this because you may or may not know. So there's a add-on for a 6-person private shuttle from the airport to the resort and then back to the airport.
That should be included.
6 people. Well, it's an add-on for $490.
Well, so what it is it's private. Because there's always a shared one included with all-inclusive packages and backs. No matter what supplier you use, FunJet, Southwest Vacations, Delta.
Okay, so I could knock that off, and they still would have a
yeah. Because what you're talking about is, yes, you can always upgrade them to a private one, and that will be an upcharge. But if you look, there will always be a shared one. It's like a big van or a small bus or something like that, and everybody gets in, and it stops. It stops at all the hotels along the way, right? So you get on, you tell them where you're going or whatever, and then they just stop at all the hotels. When they get to your hotel, you get off. So same thing going back to the airport, and that's always included in the price.
Because the question I was going to have is, if that was the case, could one couple book that, and then two other couples deny it, and those other two couples still share the one that the one got?
As long as it says it's for up to however many, you book it. So that's kind of like some of the stuff that you see in a cruise. It's per booking and not per person. So the whole group can get it up to whatever the maximum capacity of the vehicle is.
Yeah.
It sounds like in this case it's 6, right?
It's 6.
So yeah. But that is the up, because that's private. But the other one is just kind of get on a shuttle, and go with other people. And that's always going to be included in the price for, not for free, but included in the price. It's going to be an upcharge. So, and I would probably never take the private one because it's usually not worth it. So.
Okay. I'll have to tell her that really isn't a necessity.
Right. And sometimes there's shore excursion things, or like if you're going to like Cancun and stuff, there'll be a day trip to Tulum or something like that or whatever. Those are just options that you can throw in that are commissionable for you, but you don't have to do it, obviously. So. A free cruise bill. So once you complete princess training, you get a free cruise for you and a companion. Oh, he knows that already?
I'm fairly certain he already knows that. Because we've already talked about that.
Okay.
My person's doing a 31-day cruise or 23-day cruise with her free cruise.
Yeah. You have to pay the taxes. You have to pay the taxes and fees, right? And the gratuities. Taxes, fees, and gratuities you have to pay. But.
So Larry, Plump Traveler, he said there's one on there right now that's a 31 or 32-day, and taxes and gratuities for Canada was like $2,500, which would be about $2,000 American. Which $2,000 for a 32-day cruise? I'll take that.
Yeah. But then think about it, if you're buying internet and stuff like that, think about, per day charge for 32 days. It'd be expensive.
I think I'd have to do Bill said he could do them by the day.
Yeah.
When he was on Luminosa, he could buy it by the day.
Right. I think you can always buy it by the day, no matter what ship you're on. What cruise line, whatever ship.
Royal's one of those things that does. Carnival is one of those things that does it. If you want to buy it on Tuesday, you got to buy it from Tuesday till the end of the ship.
I think you're right. Yep, I think you're right about that. Yep.
You can't just say, okay, I want it Monday, Wednesday, Friday. As soon as the first day you want it, you have to pay from then until the end of the cruise.
Yep.
Did you guys ever cruise when you had to pay by the minute? You go on the
internet? Yeah, plenty of times. And it was so dog slow, it took 20 minutes just to get in, And I used to be up at guest services complaining all the time. They're like, oh, well, we'll give you your money back. I'm thinking, that's a great idea. Yes.
I got so the Vloggers cruise, for some reason, their settings on it would not allow my Google Photos to update at night. So, finally, the second to the last day on the cruise, the guy realized that the settings on the Starlink was blocking out Google Photos. So he did something on it, and it allowed it to do it. So he's like, well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you, I want to say he gave me like 50% off my package. So, I I think I paid $270 for it, so
right,
not bad.
Well, I just hold on a second. I'll be right back.
But the Starlink on that one was the best I've ever had. It wouldn't let me do my photos, but going live, I could go live anytime I wanted to, and
I just did this on my upcoming cruise because it's the last one that I'm going to do for the year. So because the other one I'm going to do, I already have it. So this is the travel agent compliment. See, it says Boom Surf Plus on us. Yeah. So this is the travel agent complimentary internet.
Is there any certain amount of days that it's limited to? Like
it's the whole cruise.
No, I'm saying like if I did a 14-day
I did it on an 11-day cruise one time and I got it.
Okay.
So for all 11 days. So I don't think so. I think it's just, however long the cruise is.
And it's calendar year.
$50 of onboard credit.
Yeah. It's calendar year, not year from when you finish the training.
And it's contingent on you doing the updated training.
Okay, I've done all my rules.
What happened to me one time? One time I had done all the training, right? And then I submitted this. And then in that time, from the time I submitted it, had completed it and submitted it, they popped out another video or another module or something on a ship or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then they send me an email and are like, "Oh, you didn't do all your training." And I'm like, "Yes, I did." And they're like, "No." So then I went into RCU and looked, and there was like this one video on I don't know, Liberty or something like that. So I was like, so I had to do it real quick and then submit it again.
Right now, the only thing hanging is there's 2 All-Star challenges that haven't opened up yet. Those are not necessary. Those are not necessary. So you can get additional stuff off of that anyway, right?
I love it. So yes, you can, but they're not necessary in order for you to get this stuff. So, and I think the most important one is the annual final exam. That covers the whole year.
Yeah.
So I hadn't done that for 22, but the last time I think I was in there and looked at it, it wasn't even available yet. And then now it was. So I went in and finished that one, and I think I did a couple of things on Utopia. But there wasn't anything in there for Icon yet.
There's a ton of stuff on Icon and Utopia now.
Yes, now, but there wasn't when I did this. Okay. There was just Utopia. So I did a couple of things on Utopia, and then I did the final exam, and then I submitted this, and then I just got this time it didn't take very long at all, 2 or 3 days, and I got the email that said, here's your VOOM certificate, and the $50 should be showing on your account within 2 to 3 business days. But I haven't logged in to look to see if it's there yet or not.
So on average, how long does it take? Like, say you're doing the Carnival thing, to go through their whole program.
Carnival training is brutal. It's really long. It's really drawn out, and you don't get anything for it.
Right.
Rule had 117 modules to go through.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now, I challenged most of them because that's what I normally do is Royal, and they don't really fail you. They'll say go back and review your answers.
Yeah, it's not if you don't get it right, you can just keep going back and getting it until you
there was 1 or 2 that I was doing in the
Royal does record though how many times. Every time you come back in to take the quiz on whatever module, it'll tell you this is your 5th time taking it or something like that or whatever, right? It does record how many times it took you to get it right. But I haven't seen any adverse effect from that number being, high.
You're not going to be valedictorian.
There was one that I did that I did have to go in 3 times because I don't know what the hell I went through it. And then I'm like, I don't even remember seeing this stuff.
Yeah.
So then I finally found like one section of it and found one of the answers. I was like, oh, okay, there's the answer. Well, come to find out, it was actually a couple different ones. Just the other answers were in a different paragraph.
Yeah.
So I didn't see it the first time.
So then with NCL, what happens with NCL is once you finish with NCL, they ask you to give them a standard normal, I'm just a normal person, not a TA, but I registered for an account at ncl.com. They want that username. So if you don't have an account like that, you have to create one. Then you give them that username. And then from there on out, that username will always receive a 25% discount on whatever a cruise is, whatever the cruise costs. You'll get 25% off. Sorta. 25% off the 30% marked up price or something like that or whatever, like it's crazy. So anyway, but that's how NCL does it. So otherwise you don't get any deals or specials or anything like that. And if you book it that way by going through ncl.com, you don't get commission. So I would choose to never do that. I would choose to always go through the NCL travel agent portal and book it like I was booking a client, but just put my information in and at least get the commission off of it. I mean, that's how I would choose to do it, but I'm not booking any NCL cruises for myself at this point, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, and I haven't taken my Princess cruise yet because for a while there really wasn't even a whole lot of options available, and now they're starting to open up it more, and there's more options and stuff now.
Yeah, that's what Larry was saying. He was worried because he was with another travel agency, so when he switched over to Cruise Brother, he was worried that he would lose all his stuff from Princess and all them, but no, it carried right over.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so now they're starting to open it up more, and there's some more options. So I'm definitely trying to explore those, try to get on those, and to take that free cruise or whatever. I feel like this is how I feel like it. I feel like I want to take at least a 14-dayer because, otherwise, if you took if it was free and you took a 7-day and you had an option for 14-day, it just feels like you leave something on the table, right?
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. No matter how long it is, it's like 80. Yeah, I'll take 80.
Yeah,
I better be on there for 80.
You don't want to leave anything on the table for that. So I feel like I need to take like a 14-day or something. The problem is when I look at all these 14 days, I'm not loving any of the itineraries. So
you pay anything for the training or not?
No. Now with my host agency, I pay $500 a year. Clock is with a different agency. He doesn't pay anything, but then they take half of his commission. For mine, I pay $500 a year, but they only take 10% of my commission. So, and my commission, my sales are high enough that that split is way more profitable for me. 1090,
right?
50-50.
But I mean, as years went on, the Clock could switch to he could switch to your company and do like that.
Yeah.
Because I did this because it's totally free, and I don't know how much time I'm going to be able to devote to this.
So it's
I
more
don't
or less
want to put out
be
the
able
money
to do it for himself. So, right, and in his scenario, it's perfect, and he shouldn't do anybody but the one he's with in his scenario because it doesn't cost him anything.
Right.
But for me, I'm actually running a travel agency, that is, like advertising and marketing and, and is, doing business, I mean, I'm incorporated. So, if
I get to the point to where I have some clients that are like constantly wanting to book stuff, then that'd be another story.
Right.
For me to just pay money for not knowing when I'm going to have my first bookings and stuff.
Yeah.
It just didn't make any sense to me.
So, I mean, that's what I choose to do it that way because, I have enough volume that I said that 90% commission is important to me. So, But yeah, so like with cruise lines, it's a fixed commission. With all inclusives, there's still a fixed percentage, but you can adjust it upward or downward.
Now you know that your commission's higher if someone goes on a Royal Caribbean and books the next cruise.
Yes.
It goes
So
up to
you get a
18%.
bonus. You get a bonus. You get a higher like bonus percentage. Plus that person is getting some perks because they're getting onboard credit and they're getting a reduced deposit. Yep. So it's better that way. So like if I send a client on a Royal Caribbean cruise and they go to next cruise and book another cruise while they're on board, that new booking automatically gets assigned to me.
Yeah.
So, and those are the real bonuses because those you didn't have to do any work for. You just get it. Now you still have to do some work for them because the client's going to come home and the client's going to have questions and the client's going to be like, well, they put me in this room, but I don't really like this room. So can you find me a different room? So then you're looking for a different room for them and stuff. And you're still handling final payment and all that other kind of stuff, but you didn't have to really handle the initial thing.
Well, not only that, they could do like I did and just go and they pay their $200 and get the reserve booking.
Yes,
and actually not actually book a cruise yet.
Yeah.
Because I knew Utopia was coming out.
Yes.
So I went ahead and got my $200 deposit ready for Utopia. And then once Utopia came out, then I went.
Yes. When I was on Adventure of the Seas, I did the same thing. I went to Next Cruise, and that's a relatively new thing that Royal Caribbean started doing. It's basically like an open-end deposit. So you go in there, but you have to book something within like what, 60 days?
60 days.
Yeah, 60 days.
Didn't Princess used to do something like that, or they still do? Or I thought they had a deal like that too. Yeah.
I don't know. They might.
Yeah.
But
I would think they all have some kind.
You have to do it within 60 days, right?
I don't think Carnival does that.
This is what people don't know about Carnival. Okay, if you go onto Carnival.com. While you're on board Carnival ship connected to Carnival ship's Wi-Fi, even if you don't have the internet package, you can still do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you use a code, like a promo code. And I forget what the promo code is, but there is a special promo code that identifies that as having been booked on board.
All right.
You will get a discount. But you won't get like a reduced deposit or anything like that.
Right.
You can also do the same thing after your Carnival cruise, but you have to do it within a week of the last of you disembarking from the ship. You know, call your travel agent, this, that, or whatever, however you're going to do it. But you put that same code in from home within a week of getting off it, and then you have to put some information. Like you have to put your booking number and stuff in.
Right.
I need that code then.
What's that?
I need the code then.
Yeah, it would then also give you a discount, that same discount that you would get if you did it while you were on board.
So when I was on Pride, I did it. I went down there and I think you could actually look at the cruises or something and see what kind of discount you get.
Yeah.
Because you go to the internet cafe thing that they have on board.
Right.
Internet
It's not a dedicated desk like it is on Royal Caribbean and stuff.
Well, they used to have meetings too, like we'd get together and they talk about future cruises. But Carnival doesn't really do that anymore.
No.
But
Royal's getting away from it somewhat too.
Yeah.
They have the next cruise. They had a Crown and Anchor Society type meeting, and they're kind of getting away from it too.
Yeah.
But I assume that like you book somebody in an interior room and another guy in the suite, you're making more money off the suite guy than you are the interior, right?
I mean, you're making 16% based on the price, right?
Oh, so no matter what, you're getting 16%. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And if they do it through Next Cruise, you get 18%.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing about it too. There, you know how like gas is like 1099.
Where?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
There is a dollar number, a dollar amount, a line item in the total cruise fare that is its acronym is NCCF, which stands for non-commissionable cruise fare. So that is deducted from the total of whatever that cruise is going to be. And then so the net amount after the NCCF is what your 16% is based on, because the NCCF is in itself tells you what it is. It's a non-commissionable cruise fare. So it's usually it's variable amount of money. It could be like $300, could be $1,000, right? But it's per passenger, and there is a line item for it that the travel agent can see. The guest copy of an invoice or whatever can never see that, but the travel agent can see that. So, and I don't know why that exists, but that exists. I never got a straight answer about it, but it's basically a way for the cruise line to reduce the total value in which they have to base your 16% on.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost kind of like they're kicking it back to themselves or something. Right, but they are the money whores, so that's all they really care about.
Isn't it mainly just the taxes and port charges?
No, because those are line items completely separately in that. So it's not that. I don't know what it is. It's like I said, I think it's almost like kind of like it's just a way for them to reduce the total cost of the booking in which they're basing their 16% on. Yeah. And then they hold that completely themselves because they're not basing your commission on that amount. But again, 16%.
When do you get that 16% half person?
I get it usually about 2 to 4 weeks after the person has come back from their travel.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
that's the one thing for me, right? Like if my phone's ringing off the hook and I'm like, booking, but it's people who don't want to go until the end of 24, 25, sure, that's great. I love the sale. I appreciate the sale. I do, I'm not trying to, sound ungrateful about it at all. But at the same time, I'm not going to see that commission for 100 years.
No.
And that's assuming that something doesn't happen in the meantime, and that it ends up that they end up not being able to go.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had this guy contact me, during very early on in the restart. I'm going to take my girlfriend on this Greek Isles cruise on Odyssey of the Seas, booked it, blah, 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 blah. But it was like, really far out. So it was like all the way out the end of the schedule. And then by the time we were approaching final payment for it, he was like, oh yeah, I can't go. So cancels it, so I lose the sale. And Royal Caribbean keeps 100% of the deposit, even though I think they should split it with me.
Yeah. Or give you at least a percentage.
16% of it or something,
yeah,
right? But they don't. They keep 100% of it, and they didn't do a damn bit of the work for it, right? Really irritates me. But again, they're the money hoarders. All they care about is money. So that's where we're at on it. So, but yeah, so that happens a lot, where people have good intentions, like, yeah, I want to do this. I want to, like, I have this one client, like, if he has to sell plasma for the rest of his life, he wants to take his wife to Alaska, and they're retired on a fixed income, and he wants to go in the worst way. So, I had to hold his hand about it for months and months, and then he would go silent for a while, and then he'd come out of nowhere and say, okay, and we wanted, so finally got it deposited. But I'm not holding my breath expecting him to get the final payment, and it's not his fault, and I don't have anything against him about it or anything else. But what I'm saying is that work then that I've done is all on the finger, right? And and I don't get any commission for it. So that's the unfortunate side of sales, right? But more times than not, it's worth it for me to operate this business and to do this, if for no reason other than my own perks, which again aren't vast and aren't necessarily as great as they used to be one day, back in the day, but they are still okay and they are still there. But by that same token, I am making sales. My business is growing. My phone, the only issue I have now is that because of pricing, a lot of inquiries that I'm getting end up not resulting in sales because people are like, there's no way I'm paying that.
Right.
And then they say to me, can you contact us when you see pricing stabilize?
Right.
And then I tell them, yes, but please don't hold your breath.
So I would assume, like, say somebody pays the final payment, and then it comes down, and they do have to cancel, close to the last moment. So maybe they get 50% of their payment back. You still don't get any of that money, right?
They have to go.
Okay.
So even if they don't get any of it back, even if Royal Caribbean keeps 100% of it,
right,
they will not give me that commission. The only time they were protecting commissions on canceled bookings was during the shutdown.
Right.
That's it. And even then, they started to adjust it. Like initially, it was like, we're just going to protect all commissions. Then Carnival came out and said, okay, we're only going to protect the first and the last. So if you end up rebooking that client 9 times in between, it's all for free. So I'm like, that shouldn't be like I should be getting 9 commissions, but I didn't. So
well, interesting. But time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I'm going as well.
I thought you guys were going to be up all night. So.
No.
But yeah,
I got shows tomorrow.
2:20 tomorrow, right now, isn't it?
Yeah,
you guys are.
Yeah, 2:22. Yeah.
All righty. Well, this has been fun. It's been informative. And, I've enjoyed my time. So.
Thank you for coming over and popping out with us.
Well, I'm glad you had me on. So.
Hey, Randy, did you happen to get my email as far as coming on the show on one of these Saturdays?
No, because I don't think. Do you have my email address?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
But I'll send you my email in Messenger or something.
Okay. All right.
And just shoot me an email just so I have you on the list.
Right. Okay.
So.
Okay. Somehow we'll get in contact with each other.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, take care, and I will see you guys all soon. So.
Yep. See ya.
Yep. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
And then there were 2. You okay?
Well, yep. Everyone who are still in the chat, thank you very much for hanging out with us this morning. And we'll be back to do it again Monday morning.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock, we'll be back together.
Yeah.
With Jeremy. And let me take some water. Yeah, some M&Ms and they're stuck in my my throat right now. They don't seem to be going down. Oh, there we go. Much better. So, not much going on this weekend, but I'll be back at 7:15 Monday morning.
Yep.
The morning quickie till 8. And then at 9 o'clock, Scott here from the Monster Drill, Jeremy from Janice Adventures in Cheryl, the boss. From Kirsten's Fun Anytime, we all be together Monday morning at 9 a.m. So we'll be ready to go. Yep. And Lloyd Jones, we'll see you Monday morning. Jeremy Farino, thank you for hanging out with us.
Yep. Thank you for being in here, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
Yep. Emily Archer, thank you. Immigration Nation, Bill, and Alice. Clock, good night. Everybody have a great night. Spend hopefully do whatever you need to do now, and then continue. And we'll see you Monday morning.
Yep.
And I don't. Well, I do have a video on the side of the stroll, 7 p.m. Tonight, and clock has a 6 p.m. Eastern thing going on with Embarkation Nation and Destination Fun, and they're gonna be doing a 3-hour show on 3 different creators that they selected to talk to. So we'll see everybody a little later. So everybody have a great night. Rest of the day. Enjoy the weekend. See you all later.
Bye.
And stay out of trouble. I ain't got no